and bio descriptions.
Or like you type in like your real life name into Google, followed by the hedgehog, and just go to images.
Yeah, there's guaranteed to be at least one for everybody. For every conceivable name, there's guaranteed to be at least one. Yeah, there's Sonic OC with your name on it.
Terrible.
Yeah,
it's true. We're all Sonic OCs at the end of the day.
Levi the Hedgehog doesn't have very many. Levi the Hedgehog does not have many results because Levi is not a very common name.
I found many. There's several.
Tried looking up Zesty the Hedgehog, but nothing.
Listen,
really
there is more than one. Trust me, there is more than one.
This one's pretty. Yeah, I think we probably found the same one, but I'll send it in.
Where's Lucid the Hedgehog?
Oh my god.
Fucking this is just.
there's more than one. I thought that was a penis first, but it's a sword actually.
It's a sword at a very odd position. Most of this is just Attack on Titan related.
Yes, it is, because that's what autists do. They combine shit.
Yeah. What is this? What? I might have to show this one on stream. How is this even relevant to the Levi the Hedgehog?
Why not?
What does this have to do with anything?
That's the Beast Titan.
What I just sent is a gorilla.
Yeah, no, it's the Beast Titan.
Did you watch AOT?
No, I've never seen Attack on Titan. I avoided out of spite because of my name.
Know.
You avoided out of spite?
No, I do
because like one of the coolest characters in the show has your name, but also he's short.
No, because okay, so I've told the story on some level, but like the funny thing about it, right, is when I moved, because I live in Japan, so when I moved to Japan, all of the girls at my high school learned that I was named Levi and thought I would be just as cool, and then they were sorely disappointed.
Oh.
And it was very unfortunate for me. So ever since then, I refused to watch out of spite. Because everyone like when I meet Japanese people, they're like, oh, like the anime, and I'm like, yeah, it's like the anime. It's like that. Oh man.
That's trauma, man. That's trauma.
It sucks. It's awful. I do not enjoy being compared to the anime man, especially considering he's like so widely like, oh my gosh, he's so like cute. Oh, it's very. I hate it.
What? You don't want to be called cute? You don't want to be like a
not
cute
like
anime
Levi
boy?
Ackerman.
You want to be a cute anime boy? I know you do.
I do not want to be a cute anime boy.
You want your army of fangirls swooning behind you as you walk through the streets.
My hair is too curly to be an anime boy. There's not like
straighten it.
No, gross. Ew.
Iron it. Just iron your hair.
That would be a horrible thing. I would hate whatever.
You should do that actually.
I should not do that.
You should do it. See what happens.
I know what'll happen. I'll look
straighten out.
I'll look strange. I'll look like a creature. I won't look like the lucid no letters. It won't be me anymore.
It would be you, but it would be improved lucid.
Not even a little bit. I might do it for that would be like a fun like sub goal or something, but I would never do that for like a permanent change.
Or like slick back your hair with a shitload of grease.
Dude.
I used to do that in middle school.
Hell yeah, do it again.
I used to have short hair instead of whatever I've got going on here. But I'm yeah.
I intend on shaving my head in the very near future. I think it's over for me.
No, what the? Oh my gosh, you're gonna get called the skinhead, and everyone's gonna.
I don't. Maybe, but I don't think so.
Everyone's gonna
just
Photoshop.
The Walter White allegations are just gonna be like very apparent.
No, his face is too thin to be Walter White. He can't be Walter White.
If he gets a goatee, he might.
Yeah, I could rock a goatee.
He's gonna wear the danger in real life. It's gonna be a TF2 reference.
Of course, you have to tie it to TF2.
I
don't think I'd be caught dead. I don't think I'd be caught dead wearing any other kind of hat than a baseball cap or a trucker cap in real life. I will not wear.
Haven't you worn a bucket hat at one point?
Yeah, I look like shit.
You look like you're trying.
You gotta
to
wear
Zoomer,
like those
probably.
You need those like straw hats that you get at like a hardware store.
Yes,
yeah,
dude.
super wide brim one.
Just yeah.
Alan,
they're everywhere here.
Alan, quick, contribute. Now's your chance.
What?
What does Alan think?
What does Alan think about Zesty's hat choice?
Where?
What type of question? What the fuck answer is that?
What
Where?
hat? What hat? I did not hear what hat. Tell the joke
Bro's
again.
not locked in.
Alan
Bro's not
Is he
locked in.
standing water?
Bro was like looking at the floor and was like, "Wow, look at how that floor looks." He just was not paying any fucking attention.
You caught him scrolling like Instagram reels or something, and he was not ready.
He was playing Victoria.
What is this GIF, Zesty?
What?
What is that GIF?
Rage bait.
It's a tree falling on a
Is that
dude's head.
standing water? Where's
Listen,
the
it's,
watermelon come from?
He was sleeping with it.
How long did this
Yeah, you don't-
prepare?
you don't?
How long did it take to prepare this?
Why is it so
He had to
wet?
wait for a flood.
I can't even. Oh fuck! I can't show it on stream. Damn it! I can't show gifs on.
He had to
stream.
wait for a flood.
How did you? What? I hate images like that. I hate like that picture of like the toilet, but like the toilet's like in the air. Like there's like pictures of toilets that are like in weird places, and it's like not photoshopped at all.
Yeah.
It's just like how it is. Like I hate pictures like that.
found
It's like
one of
why
those
is it
in
like
real
that?
life.
Just like can we?
My favorite one is the one of the TV just in the middle of the air. It's great. How to get there? We
I
don't know.
found one in real life where it's just a sink on a wall where a sink should not be.
Can't reach it.
I wonder if I'll try and find it actually. It might take me a minute though. It's like an external wall as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe like you're doing gardening. You gotta wash your hands. You never know.
Cerny,
No, you'll see. I'll find it.
Cerny, what's your favorite part of the bathroom?
Like favorite appliance in the bathroom. Favorite.
Just a part, like something
Favorite
about the
part,
bathroom
yeah.
that is typically there. That's your favorite.
I enjoy having a place to pee and poo, and then press a button and it disappears. I think that's a pretty good technology. I'm glad we invented that.
Do you like the toilet?
Sure.
The button
I like his way
press
of
toilet.
Do you like
more.
or do you just like specifically the flush, like put the flushing device on the toilet?
Actually, to be fair, this is like maybe bougie maxim, but we do have a bidet.
I was
Bidet?
literally just
Ooh,
about
great.
to. You see, okay, so I've been.
Standard here.
I was gonna say over here that like bidets are everywhere, and I like used to think they were really weird, and then I've had a bidet resurgence recently where I was like, oh shit, this is actually luxury, and we should be doing this all the time.
Listen,
I'm
once
not
you
brave
have,
enough to use it.
once your butthole is spritzed by warm water after a hot dump, it's pretty nice.
That's a crazy sentence. Can like if we made a UFR yearbook, that'd be your quote.
It's just what you said, but in different words.
Hey, but what he said was, I said it with tact. Zesty just like dropped all pretense and just said, "Yeah,
Well, it's what it does.
It
What
is.
am I supposed to do? Dance around the obvious?
yeah." And then
Like
most
we know what a bidet is. We know what it does. We're
Right.
not gonna pretend like we don't. Like we're innocent. Oh, we just started on this bidet. Goes to the toilet. It helps clean
I
you.
like
No,
water
it sprays
in my
water on
asshole.
your fucking ass.
I love water in my asshole. That's what Zesty
It doesn't
does.
go in.
It does go in. What?
I love water
Is that
on
supposed
my
to happen?
asshole.
What kind of pressure you got that thing set to, man?
Yeah, you got a fucking power washer in your toilet
Wait.
going right up your butt.
Wait, Cerny. So wait, do you like what like part of Europe are you in? If you don't mind.
Germany.
Okay, so in Germany, do they have bidets like at every public toilet, like most of
No,
them?
it's basically a thing that does not exist. We specifically got one
Ah.
due to the sole
the
reason
US.
of getting to experience them in Japan, and my parents were like, "This is awesome. We need to get these."
Oh fuck yeah! I was gonna ask, does yours have like
the only reason.
the forward and the back setting?
I think so. It does. Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's deluxe. That's good shit. Anyways, welcome to UFR episode 51, the bidet episode. We're going to be covering models of bidets. That was our lead-in into the...
It was a ruse. We're spending the next 3.5 hours inspecting bidet models.
I heard you guys
and
really...
rating them.
I heard everyone in the chat really likes UFR, so we decided to do one that everyone would enjoy. We thought you guys would
found
enjoy
the
it
picture,
regardless
by
of
the
the
way.
subject matter, so we're doing a rug pull. Cerny's just here to talk about toilets and Germany.
Upon fecal removal.
Upon fecal
I found
removal.
the picture. Can you get this?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you get this up?
That's a horrible. That's a horrible image.
It's on the second floor of an external, like the
Did
external
you
wall.
find
of the
this in
second
like
floor.
real life, or is this like? Did
That
you
was in
find
person.
this?
Yeah,
That's a horrible
I
thing.
found it in person. I took
Is that a sink or is that a bidet?
It's a sink. That's a
Why is
sink.
there a sink out there?
You'll notice there's a hose coming out of it as well.
This is horrible. This is one of the worst
The
things.
logistics
You're
of this.
gardening.
What the fuck?
The logistics of this are mind-boggling.
Like, why? How did it? Why mount the sink there?
Is
if
the
you want a
ladder there
hose?
so
Just-
people can use the sink?
I don't know. It's too far away, I think.
Do you think you could do like a parkour jump from the ladder?
I don't
to
know.
the
My
sink?
only... I don't even know what the rationale... Why is it there in the first place? Do you install it so you can wash your hands out of the window? And then you don't use it anymore, so then you repurpose it as like a garden hose?
I have no idea.
no.
I think
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm perplexed. I remember it to this day.
I think it's
Manufacturing
actually
error.
I think it's actually a toilet, and what you do is you get on the ladder and then you like aim. It's like a game.
No.
You aim.
Wait, can I tell? Actually, now that I think,
God.
Can I tell a? Asked my dad growing up. Like I don't remember how old I was, but I asked my dad, like randomly, because they have those like little mats in urinals, and sometimes they had like targets on them, but they weren't like targets. That was just the design, but it was like a circle with a circle in it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
So I asked my dad one time, I was like, do they have competitive like competitions where people tried to aim at the middle of the target? And he just straight up told me yes and did not elaborate. So I believed that for like 5 years, that there were like competitions
awesome.
that people had, like it was like a sport that people did where people piss in
So
specific
your dad
places.
gaslit you into thinking competitive challenge pissing was a thing.
There's
What do you
there's
mean
a
gaslit?
scene, guys.
What
There's a
do you mean
scene.
gaslit?
You guys
No,
never
I-
did
I-
that?
Wild.
Have you seen Scary Movie?
No.
Which
I
one?
need to.
The first one, there's a scene where there's dudes pissing in urinals, and it's like the carnival game where you're using the water squirt gun and shooting the target to make your little horse race higher. There's like a scene in the bathroom with dudes doing that in the urinal. Why don't we have that?
No,
True.
no. My brothers and I used to see how far we could go off of the porch. We did
I
have
did
like,
that
Discourse
once.
competitions.
I did that once and I got scolded at. It was a snowy day in New Mexico, and I was pissing off the side of a balcony with a family friend, and I got scolded for pissing over the ledge. And I never.
What's
did it
wrong
again.
with that? You're not like aiming at people, right? It's fine.
No, of course not. I'm like pissing
Yeah,
on. We're in the
what's the
middle of
problem?
fucking nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not hitting the ground. What's the issue?
No yellow snow allowed in those parts.
That's what snow. You got snow in the desert.
Well, in the mountains in New Mexico, you get snow.
Ah,
In
yeah,
Rio
yeah.
Dosa,
Right.
New Mexico, you get snow.
I'm trying to find a specific image real quick. This is my favorite image of toilets.
My favorite image of toilets.
This is
That's
my
a hell of a
favorite.
sentence.
This is my favorite toilet
We all
related
have one.
image.
This
I guess
is
the herons. The herons in the toilet. That's,
So the-
classic.
the least interesting thing about this.
There's so much.
Where did the hay come from?
Where did the egg come
This was intentional.
It's such a great image because every time you show it to people, they have different reasons for how this, like what the context behind this image might have been. This is a good. This is
Yeah,
You think they put-
it makes
you think they
it
put
makes
fish
you
in the
wonder.
toilet? You think they put fish in there for the herons, like as enrichment?
in like what the toilet, or in like
Yeah, in
on
the
the
toilet bowl.
no.
Why not?
I
They need to fish.
I feel like they
somewhere.
wouldn't
That's kinda
be
what they do.
enriched if in the toilet. I feel like the toilet is not clean in this room. Call me crazy. I just don't feel like. I just feel like it's just not how it would be.
The cleaners are right there, dude. They're on the job.
Where are the clean? What do you mean the cleaners are right there?
Look at
Birds.
them.
Oh. Oh.
What the fuck are those
Oh.
birds? By the way?
Birds,
Those are the
dude.
demon birds.
I think they're
Put
herons.
the hard at work.
So yeah, that's.
Why do they look like?
That's
It's like a repurposed bathroom for a bird sanctuary or something. I don't fucking know.
Uh huh. But why the bath? You know, there's got to be a different room.
yeah.
Maybe they're just out of options.
It's the only way.
Nature reclaims humanity, and this is the result.
I'm just cycling through this old Call Me Carson video where they go for the funny pictures of toilets. Oh fuck! I don't think I can get this one without subtitles. Oh wait, shit. Yeah, I can.
Upon further restroom. Oh my god.
What do you guys think about What do you guys what do you guys think about this one?
Pretty.
Huh.
I mean, that's the wrong way around. First, something's wrong here.
You had one job.
Seems to be the issue.
You had one job.
The toilet doesn't have a way to flush it. Oh shit! No, yeah, it does. Wait, it has the little knob on the thing. Okay, my fault. For a second, it was.
I think the bigger problem here is you're shitting out in the open.
Nah. Like, what are people
This bathroom is not
realistically
for
gonna
the
see when
weak.
you're going to the bathroom?
You know?
Okay?
Oh, like, listen, no one wants to have like their cock and balls on full view as they shit, right?
No one. Yeah, no. But who does that? Who shits? Who shits in such a way to where your dick is just out?
Your pants are down and your legs are spread. Where it's not gonna just like a veil covering it.
I feel like this is you're outing yourself that you're like 6 foot something, because like this
I
only
am
happens
6'7".
to tall people.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I feel like this only
6'7".
happens. This only happens if you're really tall. Because if you're like
Yeah.
normal height, you don't have to spread your legs that much.
Yeah.
I
How does
have
that
to.
make
I
any
have
sense?
no
What the fuck?
choice.
Alan is
I'm
1
not
inch
that tall.
Alan is half, like a fifth of an inch taller than me, so I think his opinion's wrong.
Maybe we found the height required to...
The height required to date. I just
What are you talking about? You just sit there with your legs perfectly together?
no. I just don't pull my pants all the way down. I pull them down like the requisite amount required.
What?
What? You don't.
I don't pull them all the way down. Why would I pull them all the way down?
If it's a public,
guys are-
if it's a
you guys
public
are
toilet,
weird.
they're not going much further than the knees. That's true.
It's only if the ground is wet. If the ground is visibly wet, the pants don't go all the way down.
A very good argument.
Yeah, but that's like every public toilet you go to, though.
True. That's true. Yeah.
You're lucky to find a stall where like it isn't clogged. There isn't like a pile of toilet paper just, covered in
Unless-
shit everywhere.
You go to Buc-ee's. You go to Buc-ee's gas stations, cleanest bathrooms in Texas, even cleaner than my own home. I don't know how they do it. They got a full-time bathroom attendant in those places. You want a clean ass
They
stall?
probably do, actually.
They do. You want a clean ass
Is it like-
stall? You go to Buc-ee's.
The volume
You know,
of
you
people
think-
going through there, you know?
You'd think that like places that have like a bathroom key, theirs ones would be way more cleaner, but no, they're usually just as filthy as ones that don't have it. It's
I mean, the
very weird.
reason why they have a key is because they don't want like a crackhead going in there and shooting up. You know, that's why they
Don't
lock
stop
it.
them.
And yeah, it doesn't stop them.
It's really
Oh, that's
not
awesome.
much, it's really not much better than like a capture where it's
what
like,
is
oh,
that?
I'm not a robot. I'm not gonna go in there and do drugs.
God, I don't think I would ever
Oh.
use one of those squatting
Could you
toilets.
imagine if people had to have captchas to enter the enter the toilet? Like someone really needs to go to the bathroom, and then it's like, nah, prove you're not a robot. And you're just like, I don't know what
Find all the
motorcycles.
traffic lights.
How many motorcycles are in this image? What does this word say?
You just
how
piss
many-
yourself.
How many
piss yourself
soap
in front of the door.
dispensers are in here?
None. They're all broken.
How many soap dispensers are in this bathroom? I can't go in the bathroom. You won't let me go. It's like, well, sorry. Anyways, I thought this stream was about TF2. Why did we start talking about toilets?
What?
I see no
Toilet
difference
Fortress.
Never heard of
between TF2 and this.
Never heard of it.
Toilet Fortress.
Cerny, how many
True.
hours do you
Fortress.
have in toilets?
In toilets?
Yeah. What's
Just
your
like
what's your
you want me to
playtime
go
like?
check my Steam library?
Yeah, what's your playtime
Yes.
like on toilets? I need to know if you can have an opinion.
6.2K.
Oh shit! Hell yeah.
I wonder if you could
That's actually
properly
probably
count
low.
how much time you spend on a toilet.
Now that I think
It's
about it,
low
that's actually
nowadays.
probably low. 6.2 hours,
They-
6.2k hours on toilets. How many?
It's been at that since like probably 2018.
You haven't
it's
gone to
gone
the
up by, like,
bathroom since
200.
2018.
Yeah, I just like just go elsewhere.
What?
I live in the middle of nowhere. I live in a village.
What the fuck? This wasn't intended to be an analogy. So you started answering things I entirely believed that you thought you spent 6.2. I was gonna spend how much time?
How would he know that off the top
That's
of his
what I
head?
was gonna say.
I love
mean-
making shit up.
I mean, if you're spending 6,200 hours of your life on a toilet, that's a full year of squatting.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Hold on.
Like realistically, like okay, like say you're not scrolling on your phone. How long do you poop? Like what? 5 minutes? 10 minutes maybe? At most.
Depends on the severity of the spice of my previous meal.
According
I suppose.
okay, so according to greengobbler.com,
What are these website
Great
names?
No, hear me out. So they've approximated that, assuming someone goes up on average they poop 1 time per day at 12 minutes per poop. Each time would be 4,380 minutes per year, or 73 hours per year. The average life expectancy is 79 years old, so multiplying 73 hours by 79 years gets 5,767 hours.
Damn, that's pretty close, actually.
What's
That's pretty fucking close.
Yeah, it's 6.2 hours. You just go to the bathroom a little bit more than the average person. That's okay.
Yeah, and
maybe
and
different diet.
Yeah, and some people
Convert
shit
that to
twice a
days?
day. Some people shit 3 times a day. Some people look at their phone for an hour on the toilet.
Some people.
Real question: do we think that these hours are inflated due to people using their phone while doing their business?
Yeah, but that's like having
Oh, no,
that's like having
that's
TF2
underestimated.
open, but you're not playing it. Like you're just doing something else and the menu's on.
Yeah, like
Those aren't.
Performing hours.
Is that 200 days of being on the toilet?
That's 240 days. They also added that.
it's not a full year.
Excellent.
You spend
Time well spent,
approximately
if you ask me.
240 days of your life pooping. So wait, okay, actually, so now I have a hypothetical, because God knows no one wants to hear about TF2. I have a hypothetical. If you were given the option of you can go to the bathroom, you were locked in a bathroom for 240 days. You were fed. You get you get to sustain yourself. You're locked in a bathroom for 240 days straight, and the reward is that you never have to go to the bathroom again. Would you take it?
No.
Oh.
That's
Because I already enjoy shitting as it is. Why would I willingly lock myself in a tiny room for 3/4 of a year?
because then you never have to go to the bathroom. You get to like your life is uninterrupted.
Okay, so
But
like,
it's
what
like
would that save me from? That would save me from like 10 incidents where I have to shit and there's no bathroom in sight, right?
No, but then when one of your friends is like, oh, I need to go to the bathroom, be like, you do, don't you?
Is that all you get? You get like a one leg up over your like, I don't have to
I
shit
don't
ever
use the
again.
bathroom.
I guess if you're like out drinking, like you had like 5-6 beers, you don't gotta go piss every 30 minutes.
That's actually-
that wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, wait, that's a good point. Your body's basically a
That
black
would be
hole,
alright.
Zesty. You can eat infinite food.
Oh my god! Well, I mean, you still process the calories, and only the excrement goes through the black hole.
Well, yeah, no, sure, but like, you wouldn't get full because, well, I guess you would. Huh? I don't know actually. Someone get a science on this. I don't know.
Get a science. I mean,
Someone
okay,
get one
basically
science.
your sphincter, and your cock become black holes, and nothing comes out.
For the record, greengobbler.com is a website about toilets.
No fucking
Well,
way.
they know their
Oh, and
stuff.
also
They know
weed
their stuff,
killers,
Green.
because that's what these are the things that Green Gobbler sells.
Weed killer
Toilets
and
and weed
toilets.
Weed killer and toilets, two things that go
Listen.
hand in hand.
They say if you want to earn money and have a successful career, just get really good at one thing. And they did. Well, two things, but
1.5. Weed killers is like half.
They
One and a half.
diversified. They diversified their revenue streams. I respect it.
I've opened so many tabs in the past 30 minutes.
Please tell me you're not
Past
using
how
Chrome.
long?
What?
How long have we been at this?
23 minutes.
Half an hour.
Only?
Yeah.
only we can go
Only?
longer. We
We
can
can
push.
talk
We can
about
have a
anything.
full hour of toilet content. Ready
What's
for
the
all
problem
to
with
watch.
squat toilets?
They hurt.
What's the issue there?
They hurt,
What-
and you have
what?
to aim.
What do you mean they hurt?
If you
I guess if you got bad knees.
no, because if you go to the, well, they would hurt for me, I guess. I guess they wouldn't hurt for the
You
average
using
person.
it wrong?
Well, no.
So like,
Why
for
would
me,
it elaborate?
I have like IBS, so the problem, I going to the bathroom hurts
It'd make
already.
it easier.
No, it would not. Going to
Yeah, no,
You-
it's a more natural position.
No.
Unironically.
no, but my stomach is the problem. I need to bend over to accommodate for the fact that my stomach hurts. What does IDubbbz have to do?
He has a very well and publicly known IBS problem thanks
Oh.
to his wife.
Oh, I was unaware of this.
Why?
I didn't know.
Yeah, because she liked to announce to their audience that he shits himself.
That's good.
That's great. Shout out to IDubbbz.
Listen,
I don't shit myself.
I'm proud to say
Anita's
that
husband.
without IBS, I have shit myself on more than one occasion.
I'm happy for you.
Me too, man.
I've actually
It
never.
is-
Solidarity.
I've actually not
It is
shit
a
myself
rite
ever.
of passage. It's a rite of passage into manhood that you shit yourself at least once.
I've
Well,
never
That's
shat
adult,
myself.
obviously.
What?
I've never shat myself.
Damn, you're not a man.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
Shit yourself now in order to be a man.
The rite of passage.
Insert LTG gif.
Shit yourself
shit
now.
yourself.
Shit yourself now.
No, but
That okay? If
Squatting should just
so,
be
we
better.
have the fucking workshop version of me saying, no thanks, not interested. Do that, but like with my OC saying shit yourself. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Shout out to Ace in chat. Ace in chat said Valve ruined shitting after the Face Your Feces update.
Oh, fuck.
Well, you gotta turn around after you're done in case there's like blood in there. Well, you gotta like stay healthy.
Why
you
the
know? You
fuck
gotta make
would
sure it's
there?
all
Why
good.
would you assume that there might be blood? What? Is that?
No, you shouldn't assume it, but like you should at least sometimes have a look just to make sure
Aren't
everything's
you
all healthy, right?
Wouldn't you be aware
Yeah.
based off like wiping if there's blood or not?
True, you would.
You wipe?
Usually, but you never know for sure.
Oh, that's true. I still wipe after using the bidet because I don't trust it. I'm not trusting.
You gotta
it.
dry off. You gotta dry off as well.
Oh, I don't really
Yeah.
care about that.
you should
just leave-
you
you
should
just
care
leave the
about
water
that.
and you just,
Okay. My bad.
You just walk around with swamp ass.
No, it's not that much. Whatever. I'm not getting roasted.
I
for
like
this.
the
about
his
that.
and hers toilets in that picture.
His and hers, red toilet, blue toilet.
Yeah, his and hers.
You take the red toilet, and you wake up. You see reality. You use the blue toilet. You go back to
TF2.
your life.
TF2 lore.
This is the Matrix. I'm not the only one that knows it's the Matrix, right?
Of course I know
It's a
the Matrix.
joke.
Okay, I'm making sure. I'm done. That felt crazy.
I know
for
what
a
the
second
first
there.
thought in my mind is his and her toilets. It's like, oh shit.
You're about to feel like it's. We should have just gaslit you.
You
That'd be
can go
so
at the
funny. Be
same
like,
time.
no, what is the Matrix? What is that?
Never heard of it.
No, but you could go at the same time. Think about it. The utility.
Alan, do you know who Cerny
Efficient.
Hold
is?
hands.
So, no?
Okay, I was curious. I was gonna throw that question in here somewhere. I
fucking-
never wouldn't get a chance to ask it.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be
Why
funny.
doesn't he introduce himself?
Cerny, why don't you introduce yourself? You've already talked. We have actually gotten to know you very quickly because you talked about your opinions on toilets.
Yeah.
Do you have anything
that's
else?
basically all I do.
Do you?
We know a lot about you now.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say about yourself?
I'm just some guy. I'm just some whimsical
don't-
guy online.
Sorry.
I made TF2 videos when I was like 17 for a couple of years, and then I was like, all right, this game's going to shit, I'm out. And then 6 years later, I was like, you know what? I got opinions. Let's make a video. Why not? That's it. That's all there is to it.
Nice.
What time would you say that you got out?
2019. At least like content creation wise. I still play it every once in a while, but yeah.
So like, how much did your playtime fall off after you bailed out? Because this is a useful statistic because it just kind of it's paramount to the whole how fucking awful casual mode is and how it caused for people to leave. So why did you leave? Was it because of what Valve did with casual mode, or was it a different reason? What was the reason?
I mean, I was barely playing casual even before I stopped because I didn't like it. I just hung out on community servers instead. Most of the time, that's just how I got into the game. That's all I ever did, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of competitive as well on the side. And I just kind of like grew tired of playing TF2. I just want to play other shit. I was like, all right, cool. Like I've had fun making content for this, but I need like new creative outlets and I just need different pastures. So I'd say my playtime after that point, because I stopped playing it as much, it like probably less than like 500 hours in those 6 years.
Gotcha.
Before that, like of the like 6-something thousand I have now, like, you know, the majority of that was before 2019, I'd say.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
You stopped making content when about the time when I started playing the game. So.
And okay, yeah, sure, I'm old. I get it. I'm old.
I mean, you're not that old. I've
As
been
the
watching.
kids say,
I've been
funk.
following and watching TF2 since like 2013, 14. But I didn't get a chance to. I didn't have like a computer to play it till 2019.
Right.
Anyways, you made this great video. We're gonna talk about it. Do you have anything? Is there anything else you'd like to say before we get started?
It's pretty compromised because I mean I said it at like the end of the video as well.
Mm.
I started taking down notes for like the stuff that I wanted to talk about back in November of 23, right? So it was like 18 months of just occasionally putting down some notes and like refining it into some sort of script with revisions here and there, but not for all of it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I just wanted to get it finished eventually, right? I was like, I got other shit I want to do as well. I got life shit that I gotta get through as well. I just want to get this out of the door, out of the way. So obviously it's a bit compromised, right? There's things that I definitely could have done better if I'd spent another 6 months on it or whatever, but I just want to get it done. And that's it. That's all there is to the video. It's there's stuff that I'm absolutely aware of that like I could have elaborated better and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to get my opinion out there on a lot of topics that I thought I wanted to talk about in some capacity.
Yeah, I feel that. I empathize with the desire to get the thing done, and like at a point it's like you're so like I need to be finished with this that it's like kind of quality be damned. I've been there with like a couple of videos in my. I haven't been making content for as long as you, but I've been there with a few videos, so I can empathize with that. Anyways, let's get started.
Hey there, it's been a while, hasn't it? No, like, a while. But anyway, TF2's been a bit of an interesting spot lately, hasn't it? Matter of fact, there's been so much interesting stuff happening lately, and I've taken so long to get this video out the door that I've had to rewrite several sections of this video over and over again, including this intro.
Don't get me wrong, TF2 was in an absolutely abysmal state for the longest time, and even if we're starting to see a little bit of development now, there's still tons of stuff that I want to talk about. So pardon the clickbaity branding of the video, and bear with me as I try to explain myself, because there's just so many things I want to touch on.
I don't think the video was clickbait.
I think like the
title was a little bit.
It's the title and thumbnail where it was like, I had that idea a while ago where I was like, this isn't really like a drama baity video for the most part. Like there's some lukewarm to hot takes in it, but for the most part, you know, it's not like supposed to be anything critical or not like that for the most part. It's just that I knew that like going, because you got to game the algorithm, you got to game YouTube, right? You got to have some clickbaity stuff. And like titles
but
and
like
stuff.
the thing is, clickbait inherently isn't a bad thing because you want a title and thumbnail that intrigues the audience. So like, what is TF2's biggest problem according to Cerny? I want to know that. Let's watch the video and find out. So it's like you want to ask a question and try and answer that question in the video, and hopefully, if you've elaborated on your point well, the audience will walk away and be like, "Oh, I understand this person's point of view or their argument."
I guess that's why I said it wasn't clickbait. It's because to me, clickbait requires that you have to lie, or like or like you're like false advertise in some way. Whereas I guess if you mean like you exaggerate a little bit, like greatest problem, and you're like talking about multiple problems, and maybe it's not the greatest, but I see. I don't know. I don't think what you did was egregious at all, personally.
I'm pretty sure there's another video in the TF2 sphere that has like a similar title that is significantly worse.
What are you referencing? 'Cause I don't know.
Something decals bad. That video.
Oh, yeah, that one.
The video is much worse.
Significantly worse.
How long
And
is it?
this
was just for reference.
How long is that video? It was like
20,
18
30
minutes. It was 18 minutes roughly.
Okay, that's like almost acceptable because I feel like there's not a lot to talk about with decals. Because I feel like I think like okay, like
no, sorry, it was 12 minutes. Sorry, my memory is
Okay,
refreshed.
12
It was 12 minutes long. Yeah, it was 12
like-
minutes long. And did you see that video by chance?
No, I haven't watched almost any TF2 content, so I think this is like a great way for me to experience what this discussion is because I had no idea there was much of a controversy about this.
So to summarize the video, an individual basically presented that decals were a horrible thing on Valve's part because they lack moderation in its entirety. And they basically fearmonger that, you know, cheese pizza and not safe for life material are running rampant and rife through decals and are scarring people for life and, you know, showing people a whole bunch of terrible things. And basically making a non-issue an issue for the sake of clicks, when in reality, the cases in which something genuinely, say, illegal, for example, are so fringe and so incredibly rare that it practically never happens. And in the cases where it does happen, the people that do it are rightfully, punished, and they get banned off of Steam and what have you. And then everything else, when it comes to, say, like a giant titty anime spray or like a furry cock or something like that, right? That is just the nature of the system.
Why did you just say? Why did you say it like that?
What else?
Well, I mean, because that's
what you're supposed to say it.
I mean, like
the emphasis he put on the words just killed.
So
no, he sold me. I'm sold.
Furry.
So I mean, now. And he also, there was also some blatant misinformation in the video about how sprays were disabled because people were spreading around cheese pizza when that was simply not true, and that was a rumor, not even a rumor, but it's a flat-out lie founded by the person who made Zhud. And that person was later ousted for being a fan of the playground themselves and engaging in not exactly good conversations with minors and sending nude photos of themselves to minors. So irony in that regard. But long story short, he front loads the video with 12 minutes of fear mongering and flat out misinformation to only come to the conclusion that, oh yeah, decals need a toggle. We should be able to turn these off and not see these things in game if we so choose, which is agreeable, right? That's absolutely something we should have, is if you don't want to see user generated content like voice chat, text chat, sprays, decals, you should absolutely have that option. But the first 11 and a half minutes, and we got that later on, but the first 11 and a half minutes was front loading and trying to blow decals up into this absolutely horrible thing that scar a whole bunch of people, and it's this really awful thing, right? So that video was rightfully lambasted heavily, and then I made my own video in response to it because of how nonsensically awful it was, and that guy basically got laughed out of the TF2 sphere.
Fair enough. I can see that. You gotta admit, it is bold of Valve to allow people to basically put anything they want into a game. You wouldn't see any game doing that nowadays.
Oh,
right?
fuck,
absolutely.
Even in other games where you can have some kind of decal, like, I don't know, like the banners you can have in like COD or whatever, there's like preset shapes. Like, you gotta be real creative to turn that into anything. Or like even like nowadays, racing games, like Forza, if you're making like a skin for your car, like you have preset shapes and that's it. That is bold of Valve that they were like, oh yeah, we'll allow people to upload any image they want to the game. What could possibly go wrong?
But also
you have to think about it. Like back in the day, the internet was a lot more Wild Westy, so you could get away with a lot more because a lot less of like the common people, like the common man, have been on the internet. Nowadays, like Call of Duty have since removed those features as they go on because people would abuse them to put funny images on them.
Yeah,
but also
constantly complain about it.
But also, isn't it amazing that even though we have the complete freedom to put whatever we want on decalable items, 99.999% of them are tame or funny or silly, right? And only like in extreme fringe cases or porn. I mean, porn is porn, whatever the fuck. It's a mature game. We can argue about that until Kingdom Come. But only
online
a very
interactions not rated by the ESRB.
Yeah, that whole song and dance. But then a very small amount of fringe cases are things that are genuinely terrible, and like that in of itself is amazing. Where it just shows like, yeah, most people are normal and not fucking insane.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that I agree that like, because it's getting to the point where a lot of games are removing the ability to chat like in any capacity. Like there's just pre-written messages that you can send. Nintendo's been doing that for ages, but now a lot of other games are doing similar things. And I feel like that like it's getting to the point where we used to be at a place. These are political words, but I'm using them anyways. Like libertarian, we used to kind of be where like everyone governed themselves, and it was on the individual to do the thing. And if they didn't, their account got banned or whatever. And now it's getting to the point where it's all like the corporation that owns the game and then owns all the servers on the game feels the need to like constantly monitor everything that happens, and that I think takes a lot of the coziness away. I know it's a weird thing to say when talking about like people like making jokes about porn or whatever, but that was like how people like shot the shit on community servers and shit back in the day, and that's like, kind of gone.
I know for at least Marvel Rivals, I'm pretty sure that their chat censorship is like that because of like how like mainly because they're pandering to the Chinese market and how like they're very much censor heavy. So it's like, oh, don't talk bad about the Chinese government, otherwise
you cannot say a lot of things.
Swish.
Yeah, you can't say a lot.
Yeah, that's another huge factor is censoring for other countries' markets, which is a huge path that a lot of game devs went down.
It's why games in the Middle East do not have pride fags in their games. They get separate versions to remove them.
Yeah, but I mean, that's all. I think that's probably. It's hard to say because the last 5 years has been like super tumultuous when it comes to say online censorship or like things that you can or cannot say, that kind of nonsense. But I think the biggest factor is absolutely catering to other countries' markets in terms of like what you can and cannot say.
No, I would just like blanket word just palatability, just making it as sanitized, as clean so it appeals to as many people as possible.
No, yeah, exactly, yeah. So like you don't even have to.
It's not even just the country's part; it's also just people, like just broadening the demographic to as many people as possible.
Yeah, so like you don't even have to take the risk of potentially losing a market of people that would like foam at the mouth if they saw the word Hitler typed in chat.
Yeah,
you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you never have to.
Because I know that I don't know if they do it now, but like for Germany, like usually they would censor the blood to like black and make every like violent like
not
beyond
anymore.
robots.
Yeah,
they don't do that anymore.
Not anymore. Like there was an era in like the 2000s and like early 2010s where they were like, oh yeah, like some games were either censored heavily. TF2 was one of them, for instance, up until
they had black blood.
Exactly, and then or like just straight up not even exist. Like Dying Light, I think to this day is just not available in Germany because it was deemed too violent. Which is funny because Dying Light 2 is available. But you know, like whatever. But because that was like a different era. But
NordVPN.
They basically don't do it anymore. Like they've gotten much more lenient on violence. The funny part nowadays in Germany is because of the local laws being like, hey, if somebody interacts with pornographic content, they have to have age verification. And Steam not having proper age verification, they just block porn games in Steam. I can't like if I go to Steam store and my friends are like, oh look at this funny porn game that's on the trending page, and I'm like, I can't see that. It's literally blocked here. I can't possibly see it.
That's crazy.
Is gacha banned in Germany?
No. I mean, I play 2 gacha games, so.
So, but like and CS cases are fair game there too, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Interesting. Okay.
It's just mature content in like sexual matters for some reason, and it's only like Steam because they don't want to get into the legal trouble. I'm pretty sure like nobody else really gives a damn.
Yeah,
true. And I mean the sheer volume of things that would have to have the age verification.
Yeah,
that's a lot of work that no one wants to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nice tangent. Let's keep going.
It's the best framing I could think of. Do these things make any sense? I mean, I hope so. Was this in any way necessary? Absolutely not. But this was still the best outlet that I could think of for this, as opposed to doing the thing that every other white man in his 20s does, which is starting a podcast. Again. Now you may be asking yourself,
I'm not in my 20s, fucker.
Well,
Lucid and Alan are.
Yeah. Alan, what's your response?
That's just how it be.
You got me.
You got me.
It's a common thing, bro. It
is
sometimes.
How this stupid
Whoops.
What just happened?
Big Buck Bunny.
I
What
accidentally
happened?
clicked on something. My bad.
Oh, why
we're not watching Big Buck Bunny.
What is this fat fucking rabbit?
No, I don't want to watch Big Buck Bunny. Get Big Buck Bunny off.
This is all we need.
No.
Why is that there?
Big Chungus.
I know. Not Big
Which is starting the podcast. All right, again.
Now you may be asking yourself
Okay,
how
we're
this
back.
stupid right here, who hasn't even really been actively playing the game for the past 6 or so years, could have any form of authoritative take on the matter at hand. I mean, it's not like he's jacked into the matrix of the game's ecosystem anymore, so surely the takes are going to be pure garbage, right?
I assume we are all tapped into the matrix of the game's ecosystem at this point. Everyone else in the
not healthily, not in a healthy way.
Unfortunately.
And also,
to an extent,
quick,
you know
before
what?
we move on, I just want to point something out. Your camera is very blurry in these green.
I wasn't going to mention it.
Yeah.
No, I'm fully aware. The autofocus was really funky because of the distance to the camera, and the mic apparently was really fucking with it. Because it's the same camera that I use for the desk shots, and the desk shots it's fine. I think
that was your first mistake, was using autofocus.
Should have gone with manual focus for the green screen shots. That was my mistake. But it was also my first time using the cam.
The video is literally unwatchable.
That's my first time using the cam. Also, that's a karaoke mic, by the way. I'm surprised how good it sounds, honestly.
Oh, shit, that's fucking awesome, dude. That's actually really cool. I didn't even think about that. Did you get that from a karaoke place?
No, my dad just loves buying cheap shit from China, and I just found it in a closet somewhere.
Oh, fuck. Hell yeah, dude. It sounds really good.
A devout AliExpress customer.
Yep.
You're probably right. I mean, I don't know what it was like out in the trenches fighting automated antagonists day in and day out. However, I do believe I've actually gained a somewhat outsider's perspective on TF2, because believe it or not, this game is still near and dear to my heart, and I still interface with it very regularly, just in different ways.
Now, I might not play TF2 as much anymore, but a lot of friends that I talk to still do. And I get invited to charity events and cast competitive matches and even attend LANs or just follow the general discourse. So I certainly know what's going on around these parts, no matter how jaded I try to sound. And if anything, maybe that's even a...
You know what's weird? I talked to multiple people about this. Like, TF2 would be a very different community if, say, like most fighting game communities, it had a lot of in-person events. Like, do you feel that the people you talk to at the in-person TF2 stuff you go to are different than the perception of the TF2 community you get from looking at like Twitter or Reddit or whatever?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like,
yeah, because you're with people that play the game. These are people that actually play the game.
Yeah, even in the comp community, there's motherfuckers that love chatting shit online, and then most of them don't come to LAN, but the ones that do, they become like the sweetest souls you've ever met, and they're like just amicable, and you're just sharing drinks and having fun talking about the game, and like, oh, here's like this one match I had in like 2016 where I went 25-0 or something. It's always fun, like stuff like that, because, you know, it turns out that once people are in real life and they're like talking like and interacting like really real people instead of having this internet anonymity filter on them and like the internet just fucking with everybody's mind, people are normal. Turns out like most human beings are still like normal people that you can just like talk to about stuff. It's crazy, I know.
I feel like that's like just some people like to like chalk up and exaggerate that kind of personality online for like entertainment value for like spectators.
Yeah.
But then online there's nothing to gain, so it's just like we're chill, we're relaxing. Like people in like Discord servers I've been in for, like in FGC communities, like they talk shit all the time, but in person they're all super chill and just overall friendly people.
And I think that a lot of the like the bad actors and people who are like spreading misinformation or doing like generally doing negative things in the community, those are typically the people who don't go outside. And it's not like a fighting game.
You will not find them at events.
Like,
they only grind online.
Well, and it's not like, because in fighting games you can't be a part of that community without going to. Typically, you can't without like interfacing personally with people. You have to go to like tournaments or whatever.
Really, no.
And I think that requirement forces those people to come out of their shell, which makes those like communities more known for like being like a certain way, just because like, oh, there's a bunch of people who normally wouldn't interact with other people who are now around a bunch of other people who also don't typically interact with other people, and that forms a different kind of community. Whereas TF2, I imagine those in-person events are really cool because the people are voluntarily going over there and hanging out.
Yeah,
and
nobody's making money off of it.
Yeah, and it's like it's all like we're not forcing the hikikomoris or whatever to like come out of the woodwork and shit to interact with everyone else. No, it was just a thought because you talking about going into in-person events, because it's something I've talked about with other people recently. I was just curious.
Sign of the vested interest I still have in this shithole. What I'm trying to say here is that I don't think I actually need to play the game religiously anymore after well over 13 years to still have opinions about it, you know?
I know you say a bunch of stuff I haven't seen this video, but I know that you say a bunch of stuff that's like really controversial or whatever, but I entirely agree with that statement. I show solidarity with your perspective that you don't need to play the game to have opinions on it. Necessarily,
especially if you already have. Like I did the work, you know. I did the work in my teens. Now let me reap the rewards in my 20s of, you know, having a sound mind or whatever.
Yeah, and to that end, it's more like if you're well argued about it, that's what matters. Which, you know, we'll see. But I agree, because that gets thrown around a lot. That like, oh, you don't play the game enough to have a perspective. It's like, well, realistically, that shouldn't matter. It should matter like the actual words that I said. Not whether or not you think they're wrong, because I don't play the game enough.
really get down to it.
If you're talking about gameplay specifically, I feel like having playtime is very important. But aside from that, you don't need to be like 10,000 hour Tommy to have an opinion on something in TF2 when gameplay isn't necessarily a requirement. You know,
for sure.
I think we have to take a small trip down memory lane to really understand where anything I want to talk about in this way too long piece of shit video actually comes from. Because you see, I'm a product of the 2000s internet. We're talking pretty much completely unrestricted access to a computer with internet since I was like 8 years old. Which, now saying it out loud, makes it a damn miracle that I didn't turn out any worse.
I was literally about to just be like, wow, it's amazing that you're like sane. Unrestricted access at 8 is crazy.
My parents had a lot of trust in me, and I have a lot of trust in them because of that.
I'm glad to hear it. That's one of the better ways that has gone.
Same case for me. I too had very unrestricted internet access from a very young age, and I walked away mostly intact.
I mean,
thankfully.
it couldn't have been that young. Like they didn't have internet in like the 1960s or whatever.
Oh my god! I mean, we started with dial-up, so things were a bit slow.
Yeah, we used to bang rocks together.
I'd like to think that my time where my internet access became a lot less strict was when I was 11, end of primary school, entering high school was when I really went into the internet.
My parents
I'm surprised.
My parents were way more sensitive about me owning a Game Boy than browsing the internet.
That's crazy.
Interesting.
Humorous dichotomy.
So boobs.com was fine, but playing Sonic Advance.
Castlevania.
No.
Dude, fucking Newgrounds raised me from a very young age.
Did you play Alien Hominid back in the day?
So many Flash games, so many Flash animations, like Mario sprites and shit. Oh man, those were the days.
So many animators got their calling from Newgrounds, it's insane.
I need to play Alien Hominid.
And he's still around.
I still remember the first Madness Combat like it was yesterday. Oh, good times.
I have the console port, specifically the Xbox version of Alien Hominid.
I want to play it on the GameCube. That's what I want to do. Or the PS2.
There was a GameCube version?
I'm pretty sure there's a GameCube and a PS2 version. I could be wrong. But
I did not know that.
I know there's a GameCube version. I think there's a PS2 version.
So the year's 2009, and little dumbass kiddo me just so happens to stumble upon some YouTube videos of this online multiplayer video game called Team Fortress 2. And besides the usual stuff like the animated shorts or YouTube poops or Gmod videos, some of the noteworthy stuff also happens to be some silly gameplay of this silly game mode called Prop Hunt with Banjo-Kazooie music in the background, or people having the times of their lives in Rocket Dodgeball. Things that didn't really mean anything to me at the time. But we call this foreshadowing. So piquing my interest, I actually went and...
Those things don't exist anymore, right? More or less.
No, there's still some dodgeball servers. Prop Hunt is all but fucking dead, basically.
There might, I think
I know every MVE server has a dodgeball mode.
Yeah, it's Red Sun's the server I played on. I think they still have Prop Hunt in rotation because they rotate through game modes 30 minutes at a time. I think they might still have it in rotation, but they have so much stuff in rotation that I don't know how often it actually comes up.
Yeah. It is interesting how Prop Hunt really had it had really front-loaded popularity, and then it really tapered off the years and flatlined.
Well, I think that
I feel like that.
Yeah, you go. Never mind, my fault.
I was gonna say, I feel like a lot of the time, the fact that all these fringe game modes in TF2 have died down is because more modern online multiplayer games have taken that mantra, mainly Roblox especially. That game has kind of become the mini game factory where any kind of online mini game you'd find in Gmod or TF2 or any old online shooter, it would be on Roblox now, and that's where all the kids are playing.
Yeah, I think Prop Hunt in terms of its popularity died down because it's not a dynamic. It doesn't have it doesn't have the dynamicism. That's probably a word. It isn't dynamic enough to really stand on its own as a game and evolve in the same way that a lot of other games that have stood the test of time have. It's kind of something that is fun for the time that it is, which is what games are supposed to be, mind you. I don't think every game has to give you 100 hours or whatever the fuck, but yeah.
Yeah.
asked my mom whether my little 11-year-old ass could play this cool new game I just found, knowing full well the answer would be a resounding nah, bro, because it was 18 plus and also cost money, so people still cared about age restrictions back then. No harm, no foul. I expected that, so I just went back to playing like Dino Run or Minecraft Classic mode, you know, like the browser version of Minecraft. Wow, that dredged up a lot of ancient...
We love Minecraft Classic over here on UFR. I don't know if you're aware of
this.
Could
you imagine parents actually parenting their kids and watching what they're doing in their spare time? Crazy, right?
That would never happen.
No. Because I remember,
me personally,
I was in primary school.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, back when I was in primary school, all of the kids in my class would have like GTA 5, but since I had responsible parents who actually paid attention to the age rating system, I never got it. And to this day, I have never played GTA 5. To be honest, I really don't have any interest in playing. I missed that FOMO. Like, FOMO happened, and now I just do not care. For me, FNAF
never
took up
felt
most of my childhood.
I've never felt an inclination to play GTA, and I was in the exact same boat. I think the only GTA I'd be willing to play would be like GTA San Andreas because it's the most well-known one. Yeah,
it is funny how you know, like, just after this as well, like saying, oh yeah, my mom didn't let me play 18 plus games at like 11, and then when GTA 5 came out, I was like, I have a PS3, can I get this? And my mom was like, fine, just shut the fuck up. So you know,
they caved. No.
So just about 4 years later, she was like, all right, yeah, 15, whatever, good enough, go ham. It's funny as hell.
I mean, that's like 1 year away from the drinking age in Germany, isn't it?
Technically, with parental supervision, it's 14.
Damn, dude. Yeah, so like at that point, you're gonna let me drink alcohol. You might as well let me drink fictional alcohol. Like it's basically one to one. I don't see any issues here. Yeah. Minecraft Classic's awesome.
Anyway, we fast forward a couple more years, and actually, thanks to a friend I met through a custom server on said version of Minecraft, of all things, I ended up making a Steam account because playing the cracked version of Terraria through Hamachi wasn't really cutting it anymore when you want all the new updates. And yes, I really did enjoy dumping all these memory deep cuts out. How could you tell? Oh yeah, and also that cool game I heard about a couple years ago just so happened to go free to play recently in like the most defining and important update in the game's history, but whatever, that's just secondary, right? That's just small coincidences and all that. Well, I had access to a PC that could just about barely run video games, and considering the game was free now...
days.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
What
were those red X's even for?
It's missing particle effects, I think.
Whenever I was shooting a shotgun, for some reason on that specific TR walkway session, it just broke the shotgun particles. I don't know why.
It just looks like a Minecraft firework.
The craziest thing is because it starts directly in your face. You just get flashbanged by like a red screen for half a second until they spread out into those X's. It's really funny.
That must be horrid. Also, you brought up a point saying that the Uber update was like one of the most important updates in TF2's history.
It was the free-to-play.
Do we think like it's the update that made it?
It wasn't the
Uber. I thought that was the Uber update.
No,
it wasn't Mann economy.
Nope.
Pretty sure the Uber update was when it made free to play, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I thought the free to play update was a separate thing. I thought they didn't.
No, Uber update was when the game went free to play.
I'm a grifter. Fuck. I'm sorry.
Not enough hours, as they say.
Not enough hours to.
But like back to my question, which update do we think was more influential to TF2? Uber update or Meet Your Match?
No, free to play, 100%. That's just undeniable.
Yeah, I agree.
Because going free to play led.
It doubled or tripled the player base like overnight.
Yeah, it actually quintupled the player base. It was multiplied by 5 in a day, which is insane.
Yeah, TF2 would definitely not be in the state it's in if it wasn't free to play. Like games that are pay to play, are just barely getting played nowadays. Like but even then, that being said, like CS:GO, Counter-Strike 1.6 is still being actively played to this day, and that game you have to pay for. So
I mean, there would still be players, but it wouldn't be nearly as big as it is now.
I think it would be more of a cult classic game rather than a game that's like has any sort of mainstream presence.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want a game that's pay to play,
releasing like multiplayer games, especially in the big 25 or like in the modern day, that aren't free to play, you're basically like asking for it to be dead on arrival.
Yeah,
we all know what happened with Concord.
Yeah.
We know what happened with, games like that. Like,
Battles
nobody even knew it came out for the most part for Concord, right? Because that was a marketing failure. But, like, why, if there's a multiplayer shooter that you can play, why would you pay money for it when you can just boot up Overwatch, boot up Rivals, boot up TF2, boot up CS? Like, why would you even bother buying the game? It doesn't make any sense.
And I think
how can you work on a game for that long and flop the marketing and just the marketing? There are other issues too, but how do you fuck it up that bad?
Well, and also I think
Sony.
It's not even just the fact, because like, in order for a multiplayer game like with that kind of design where the multiplayer is the focus, it's not like a secondary thing like a Call of Duty. I think that you have to be filling some sort of niche or have exceptional marketing. Like recently, Rematch came out, and that game's doing really well from what I can tell. And and it's like a soccer game, and I think it's just
Rocket League about the cars.
Yeah, and it's doing so well, I think, because people were dying to have a sports game that isn't made by like the Madden FIFA people. It's like it's a separate sports game. Yeah, it's thank you. It's like not it's something separate from it. And I think that's why like that is a one instance where the multiplayer pay-to-play game works. But if you're not doing something exceptional or like really important like that, you're shooting yourself in the foot as a developer, I think.
Yep. Speaking of an upcoming shooter game that no one's talking about, Marathon by Bungie. Does anyone care? Does literally anybody care?
I mean, that was the one where it was found out they had stolen artwork, right?
Not just like the entire art direction of the game basically was based upon some artist's art style. Like she posted in like 2017, and like some of her assets were directly ripped into the game and then built upon. And it was just found out like recently that basically the entire art style of the game was built upon her work from 2017, and she was never told about it, compensated, contacted whatsoever.
Yeah, then they can fuck off. They will not get my money ever again.
Yep. Alan told me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fucking video they released when they announced it was sick. That's the one.
Guess we're not getting Destiny 3 anytime soon.
I'm pretty sure Bungie is 2 years away from being non-existent as a company.
Oh, for sure. They will not last
how much
longer.
they've fallen. Oh my days.
Nice.
Keep going. We have a lot of video.
We do have a lot of video.
True. To ask for my
For the record, I don't. I'm after there's a certain part of this video. We're not going to cover all of it, probably, but there's a certain part of the video that is like where I will stop. I will have to go find it at some point.
Credit card to partake in the illicit activity of underage gaming. So after waiting like 2 weeks for the download to finish for what was slow even on 2011 internet, my life would change forever, and here we are. Now, if you're a newer player, you'd probably not be aware of this, but back in my day, we didn't have any matchmaking or any of that fancy stuff. We had Quickplay, which was broken on a good day, and an archaic piece of ancient technology that probably predates the very engine that the game runs on itself, aka the server browser. Don't quote me on that, by the way, I don't actually know. Valve did have their own servers at the time, obviously, but they were usually more of a last resort if you just wanted to play some completely unaltered bit of TF2.
Is that? I was about to say, is that true?
I really don't like how you're painting Quickplay here. So on the first couple of years of Quickplay were fucked. I mean, you remember there was long queue times. You get dropped into empty servers. But by 2014 and then through 2016, they really improved the system a lot.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Quickplay defaulted to Valve servers, and it was a consistent way to play the vanilla game that I would say a vast majority of the player base used on a regular basis, either through the Quickplay button itself or just accessing Valve servers through the browser.
Yeah.
Like initially it was a very tumultuous and bumpy launch, but eventually they really hammered out the kinks and were gradually improving it.
And just as it got good, they replaced it with casual.
I know, yeah.
If only they actually treated casual like Quickplay and improved it over the years, but no, they did it. They did one update in 2017 with Jungle Inferno and went, okay, that's it, we give up.
Well, also they changed the matchmaking to the Glyco system in 2018, which did nothing.
What was it before? Elo?
It was fuck. Oh god, what's it called? Yeah, it starts with an E, but I can't remember the name. Fuck.
It's not Elo.
I don't recall, but it was something that predated more common usage of Glyco. So I don't remember, but it was different. Not that it mattered.
Is it Glyco or Glyco 2 at the moment?
I have no fucking idea. It's some modified version of Glyco, and we don't know what that means. But all we know is
that's
it's
another
a modified
issue we
version.
have to talk about with matchmakers. They're using a chess matchmaking system, which is only useful for
okay, so it's by modified. They put different weightings and variables, which are intended to work for different games. But as many of us know, for many modern titles, matchmaking just does not fucking work. But
I found it, by the way. We're going to stop after the end of the misunderstanding section. If that's okay with you,
And what's
Cerny.
the timestamp for that?
It's like 44.
Okay.
Is that good with you, Cerny?
I don't mind.
Okay, cool. Because I think from what I saw, because I did skim the video, but from what I saw, everything after that is stuff we've talked about to death in other UFR coverage. So I just don't feel like it's constructive.
Hey, Cerny, question. So when it comes to the server browser, what do you think about this? Do you agree or disagree that server browsers are outdated? At least TF2s. Do you still stand by that? What's your opinion on that?
In the modern day, with how multiplayer games are made nowadays and are operated nowadays, I think so. I don't think anybody born past the year 2005 has ever opened a server browser in TF2. I'd be very surprised. Because the standard for modern multiplayer games is now you press a button, you get into a game. You maybe wait like a couple of minutes, right? That's it. That's how it works. Server browsers are a thing of the yesteryear. There's like a legacy game type stuff.
So then here's the counter argument to that. The counter argument to that is that there are a lot of modern games that still use server browsers that have people directly join for multiplayer connections. Examples being things like web phishing, or I believe Atlas has that as well, where you look at a list of servers and then join them directly. So in my opinion, my stance on this is that something that looks like a server browser is by no means an outdated means of connecting to a game itself. The problem with TF2s is that its presentation is utter dog shit. And it could absolutely stand from some simplification and removing a lot of, say, extraneous information that your common player doesn't necessarily need. It can be toggleable, sure. But my main issue is the font is... better filtering, right? I mean, we have all the filters we could ever need. It's just really clunky. It's hard to filter by tags and maps.
It's so
sucks.
weird. Or you can type in a map name. Okay, what if you don't know what the map you want to play is called? You don't
the
see
prefix.
what the map looks like. Like it's
or you don't know the prefix. Like I know upwards a map, but wait, I have to type PL underscore in front of that. Or like there's so many things you can improve with it, right?
Yeah.
But
the main thing is that I don't think the server browser should be synonymous with like a console terminal. Like it should be more ease of access, so that way you don't have to have like code level knowledge to navigate.
Yeah,
it. That's just
and I completely agree. I completely agree. But I think the notion that server browsers in general are outdated, I think that's false because so many modern games use them.
Sure.
Yeah, because Roblox still uses the server browser. I know for a fact because like if you want to find a different server, like these players in certain lobbies, like I can't stand these guys. I need to find a different server. You can go to the server browser on a certain game and find one with like a right amount of players you want. So it still exists. And then you have CS2, which updated the server browser, and it's, I'd argue, significantly worse than how it was back in CSGO. It is significantly less functional.
Yeah, but that's CS2 in general, so...
CS2 is a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess.
I for the record, I agree that the server browser is outdated, but I think that... I don't think it is difficult to use. I think it is more... that it is unnecessarily confusing to people who don't know how it works, and it is incredibly visually overwhelming. For a game that is so readable in the actual game and puts such emphasis on readability, the server browser is not at all.
And that's just a byproduct.
It's got a learning curve.
They didn't bring their best for the UI design on that part.
Yeah, and it ended up just being a byproduct of all their other games, and it's just part of the time in the era where, old games had server browsers or third-party server browsers you had to use with external software, and they just left it as is. And it's something they should have absolutely improved as the year. I mean, they introduced the simplified view, where you tick off the simplified view, and then it shows you a picture of the map, and then just the player count. The font size increases, so it's more in line with modern server browsers. But hardly anyone knows that option exists. And it's like a tiny little tick box tucked away in a corner, right? Like that should just be the default. And then if you want the advanced stuff, then you can tick that box off and then see all the extra crap that most people don't really care about.
Yeah, and yeah. I don't know. It's so weird. Honestly, it's really weird to me that that it is the way it is, given how much of an emphasis the TF2 devs put into the UI design of TF2 in every other aspect of the game. It's really weird, frankly, that they never went back and changed any of that.
Yeah, and that translates into all of their other games as well, that they spent so much time on their visual design. The server browser is identical from all of their games that predate 2009, right? Like, it's all the same.
It really makes you wonder why, because I feel like there's some other reason that we just don't know.
I think it's a simple case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, it worked fine, and once you learn how to use it, it's not that hard to teach someone how to use it, and it just, you know, they never...
If it ain't broke...
Yeah, if it ain't broke. And then again, with TF2, they eventually introduced the simplified view, but they just didn't make that an obvious choice for people, or they should have made that the default, really. But
Cerny, do you think that rounding the corners of the window would fix everything?
Dude, that's modern UI design 101. Baby, I've been doing it for everything that pops up in the video,
yeah,
bro. People love that type of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's great. I considered I've been editing video the past, like, today and yesterday, and I considered multiple times just, like, learning how to round corners in DaVinci Resolve. Just
it's
so
very easy if you have After Effects.
I use DaVinci.
It's probably similar there.
It's definitely not hard. I just don't know what it is. But
it's just a mask, and then you shrink it by like 15 pixels on each side, and then you up the expansion of it.
Yeah.
And then it makes rounded corners.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I was gonna say, like, with modern Valve, it's very much if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and even if it is broke, we still won't fix it unless it's really bad.
Basically, just
or if it affects our money.
If it makes money, don't fix it.
If it makes money, don't touch it.
If it makes money, that's the end of the sentence.
Because
it makes money.
Perfectly fine. Not too heavily modified, actually moderated to keep bad actors out, and most importantly, that whole community aspect. You'd end up favoring some, revisiting them over and over, and end up making friends by just hanging out there. Matter of fact, for the first few years of playing TF2, I barely touched anything official, map or server-wise whatsoever. Just hung out on trade.
Do you think you're in the majority?
That's a good question, because I feel like at the time, that's how most of my friends, obviously people I met for TF2, but also IRL friends that I got into the game, that's how they all played the game. Nobody was really playing on Valve servers that much at the time.
I feel like the reason for that is, like, back in the day, all of those people who were playing TF2 were too used to being only community servers. Meanwhile, nowadays, since casual has been the de facto way to play the game, most people just stick with casual, and community servers, even vanilla community servers, are barely touched unless there's something that's heavily affecting casual, a la the bots.
Yeah, it was a very gradational change away from community servers to more distributed players through Valve servers. And initially, people were pissed off because, like, Valve servers are where all the noobs went, and then the overflow went into community servers, and that pissed people off for a while, but it eventually calmed itself down.
I love the play button.
Trade servers instead with nothing to trade for, or play game. CP Orange servers. And if you're feeling frisky, you might even end up on something a little bit more off the beaten path, a completely fresh TF2 experience without needing to actually install anything new, which, given my horrendous internet speeds back in the day, was actually a really big deal. You'd end up spending some...
Did you make your bed for recording this video? I need to know.
I usually make it every day.
Oh, okay. Look at you go.
Some of the best
I have to
time
ask,
of your...
when was the last time any of us played a CP Orange server?
2021.
When was the last time anyone here played
2021.
CP Orange?
It's been years, because there's no consistently populated CP Orange servers anymore, unless it's like times 10 or all crit.
We need to bring back CP Orange. We need to bring back vanilla CP Orange servers, unironically. Zesty, get on that. CP Orange.
No one would play it.
Hey, wait. Hey, I got a genius idea for marketing purposes. If someone does make a vanilla orange server, they should call it Sherbert. This is a free marketing idea from me to you. Okay. Sorry, I just need to get that off.
No, we have to make CP Orange, but all of the orange textures are just the Zrinch PNG.
No.
Come on.
Just put it in, like...
My idea was better.
Leave it in, like, a normal server, like, completely, like, vanilla map server in the map rotation as, like, a little Easter egg. Like a Russian roulette type stuff. Just have CP Orange in there so people, every once in a while, they just accidentally vote for it or something.
I will not put them on my servers. I simply refuse. My servers only run vanilla maps for a reason. I'm not doing that.
Oh, but you'll ban the fucking vaccinator like it's nothing.
Oh, it's not banned. What are you talking about?
It was.
It
wasn't. There was a time where it wasn't vanilla. I remember I was there.
No, it was lucid. It was never banned.
It was. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
You can't. There is no war in Bossing Xamine. I was there. You can't.
What do you mean? No, it wasn't. It was never banned.
Base, by the way.
I'm hitting the play button.
Life and end up making friends that you still talk to on a regular basis.
Sorry, this is unrelated. I would like to let everyone know I just opened Brain Age, the DS game, and there is a option called Quickplay. I think this is a sign. I didn't realize this. This is the first time I've opened this game in like a decade. I just wanted to let everyone know.
Curious.
Over 12 years later, I still have yet to see the face of one of these motherfuckers, but you know damn well I'm expecting an invitation to his wedding.
And if we're talking custom stuff, it's not even the slop like randomizer 100 times all crits. We're talking artisanally made shit that could pass off as a completely different game. And once again, I probably wouldn't have ever found out about this, let alone made friends for life, if it wasn't for just stumbling upon random YouTube videos showcasing the fun that could be had. And you already touch upon the first problem as well. That being that there just never was any proper discoverability for any of this stuff whatsoever. And as Valve got even more focused on making Quickplay not break every 2 minutes, they got a lot more restrictive as well. You'd still end up on a community pub from time to time, but even those got phased out in favor of just official servers being accessible eventually. And by this I mean that the defaults became, you know,
3 of us
filtered to Valve servers. Like you could still get into community servers with Quickplay, but you know the default was set to Valve, and nobody changed the default settings usually.
Yeah, we know what you meant by this. Yeah,
everyone's like, click. Yep.
And that change absolutely
truly terrible.
Sorry, what? I was just going to say that.
Go on.
I mean, I was just going to say that that change absolutely did hurt a lot of good community servers, but and the ones that remained were those that offered some kind of either slightly different or majorly different experience. So, but the thing is, it's like I don't know. I won't get into it right now because we'll probably get
offenders. So it's not was purely in the wrong for doing this. But naturally, this also leads you to ask why anybody would even bother opening up a Linux command terminal to find something new or potentially interesting when all you have to do is press a single button and be put into a new pub instantly, right?
The writing was on the wall, and I'm retreading ground that is
very... It is interesting, though, that even despite it being like a click-play system, so many people still used options like the show servers button, because the convenience of being able to pick a server from a list was still infinitely more preferable than just having the game automatically throw you into a server without being able to say pick your map or pick your player count or pick your ping and what have you. Like, people still overwhelmingly chose the show servers option. Like, for me, when I was doing research for that big video, you go back and like every time I saw someone queuing for a game in Quickplay post 2014, almost everyone was using the show servers option.
I was using it whenever I used Quickplay, yeah.
Yeah, because it was just so good. It was an instant short list of servers based on your search preferences. Like, who would not want that freedom? It was fucking great. And you could incorporate community servers into that. Like, that was about as good as it got, really. So
unfortunately,
and it could have gotten so much better.
And it was all downhill from there.
Familiar here because I already stepped on it 8 years ago.
It's a simple fact that many of these game modes are dying down completely.
It hurt to dig up this old
While
video.
You still see many servers hosting custom game modes when you scroll down the server list, and the more popular ones being decently populated, many have gone under due to a plain lack of traffic. The main reason as to why this development is happening is yet again because Valve is funneling everything into their own pub servers with Quickplay.
Honestly, I don't even know who the fuck this guy is, but he makes some really valid points, even if he sounds nothing like me. You hate to see all of the hours of free work people put into making some of the coolest shit you've ever seen in TF2 go completely unrecognized. But it is what it is, so with community servers receding faster than my hairline once I hit the age of 20, Valve decided it was time for the final blow. You already know where this is going. It's by far TF2's most infamous update and the biggest blunder Valve has ever committed when developing this game, the 2016 Meet Your Match update.
Now, obviously, there's the complete travesty that is Valve's competitive.
Hey, give me like 2 seconds. I have to piss really bad, and I need more
Bro
coffee. So
heard Meet Your Match and immediately got like
This is what I want.
I've said my piece already.
Man, this update was so great for the game. I wasn't there, but I heard it was awesome.
Where was I during Meet Your Match?
Where were you when Meet Your Match fell?
I mean, it kind of is the 9/11 for TF2, all things considered. But
yeah,
like when I was getting into TF2, I was there like mid 2015, and like I played for like a month until my parents caught wind of it and then stopped me from playing it. And then I got back into TF2 like a year later in 2016. So I think I got back into it just when Meet Your Match kind of kicked in. So I've effectively, I think I effectively I've known casual all my life. And to be honest, you'd think that like, oh, I don't mind casual that much, but no, I just cannot stand how it is when I've learned about all its shortcomings, like how queue times are on popular apps. You just cannot find those kinds of games. Like, oh, you want to play PLR Pipeline? Sorry, you're playing Badwater for the 18th time this week. It's like, oh.
That's how I feel about
and servers are always half empty as well. It's just.
That's how I feel as someone who played after Meet Your Match or started playing after Meet Your Match. It's like it feels like it's like you learn about what the game used to be like, and you're like, man, that sounds really cool. It doesn't sound really cool to like sit in a queue for like 5 minutes only to get a game that's ending and then have to leave it and then sit in the queue for another 5 minutes just so I can play a match of like any map that is not Harvest, Badwater, or Upward, and it's like.
What makes it worse is that when you play other video games that don't use like a matchmaking system and gives you the tools to actually pick and join what games you want to play, it just makes TF2 sting even more. The fact that Counter-Strike 2 lets you switch teams at will, yet TF2 has never added that function back to casual is very telling, I must say.
We're talking about how great. We're just talking about how great Meet Your Match was, Zesty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, best update, like, best fucking update on the Sun.
Like it's also interesting because like when it came out, it was obviously maligned because it ripped out a lot of the good stuff about Quickplay, but at least there was like a small air of optimism that people still had because like Valve was still working on the game, so people were like, like they're probably gonna improve it a little bit over time,
and they just never did.
They didn't. They just didn't
once.
I think
like right after launch they got rid of like stopwatch and like leave penalties and stuff, which obviously those were asinine.
Right
those
after
were
launch,
asinine.
they made the game function, and you're like, yes, finally I can play.
Yeah, they made it like actually usable, but you know.
I mean, they made it to the point where okay, you can join a server and shoot people, but then they just left it at that. They didn't improve the experience beyond that at all. And I think for me, I knew the warning signs were there during the competitive beta playtesting, where they just weren't doing anything. They just kept doing playtests and only fixing small bugs, but not addressing any of the larger problems at hand. And so like, okay, this to me is like, is Valve actually going to do anything here? And but then it just got worse when they shipped out casual mode too. It's like, oh wow, this is horrible.
Is Turbine still in the competitive map pool?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh,
yes. It hasn't changed at all. I think the competitive map pool hasn't changed since 2018.
Days.
It has not changed since 2018, yes.
I love Turbine. Okay, you guys are talking shit about Turbine?
If only Zesty put it on his servers.
Fuck off, I'm not putting Turbine in my servers.
You can't even put the Christmas version of Turbine?
You have to wait 17 years for it. You guys did this to yourselves.
You have Powerhouse on your server. It's the same thing.
Powerhouse is the best map in the fucking game.
Yeah, both of them don't end. Powerhouse and Turbine both last 3,000 years. Shut up.
Powerhouse has more than 2 rooms at least.
No.
Powerhouse is great.
I love Turbine.
Connected by hallways.
Turbine is the first map I ever played on in TF2 on my shitty fucking laptop that didn't run the game. I will have no Turbine slander on this podcast.
Actually, funny thing, when I first played TF2, unironically, it was like at a gaming convention. They had like a bunch of computers on like tables, and one of them was running TF2. And I distinctly remember the first ever map I ever played was Hydro. It was Hydro.
Oh,
that is
man.
I was playing Spy against 2 other scouts, and we were all like just 3 kids just fucking around, and I was using the Diamondback, and it was great. It's a core memory that stuck in my head that day. It was great. I think I was cosplaying Spy too as well, so
I'm happy for you.
It was destiny. Happy for little
matchmaking, which
12-year-old me.
absolutely nobody liked. Not even the actual competitive community, whose feedback on how to make competitive TF2 work was pretty much completely disregarded in favor of Valve reinventing the wheel, which also resulted in forever tarnishing the reputation of this mostly small and insular competitive community.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Completely disregard's a little strong. I mean, they tried. They didn't.
No, here's the thing. So, like, I went into this in one of the replies as well, because this is like a common misconception that most people don't actually know. Valve did consult with like a very small handful of competitive players, like Banny and maybe like 6 other people.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to Valve and they like gave feedback.
Yeah.
But the problem is that like a handful of people is not enough to represent a few thousand that actually have like a, you know, different majority opinion. Like, I noticed because I actually, like, IRL talked to people who were insiders at the time, or, like, run leagues and stuff. They actually know about this stuff and, like, what went down at the time. They just straight up didn't ever have any involvement of the broader competitive community. Like, these insiders, they never, like, asked around, had polls or anything like that. No feedback was collected. They had their own ideas and biases or whatever they wanted competitive to be, compromised with what Valve wanted to do, which there's just some baffling decisions there, because why the fuck wouldn't you have class limits at the very least, or like, I don't know, think about the map pool at least a little bit, right? Stuff like that.
Okay, wait.
Like, again, I'm pretty sure, you know.
Wait, Zesty, I know you have things to say. I have a question.
No, I'll wait.
I have a very interesting question to ask Cerny before you say anything, because I think it'll taint his answer. Cerny, are you aware that there's a contingent of people, a non-negligible contingent of people currently trying to convince like the entirety of TF2, like the TF2 fan base, that TF2 was always designed to be a competitive esport? Like from day one.
That's a curious one. I did see the Solar video. I did see that, like, you know.
It's not just that one. There's like a
it was planned as 8v8 or whatever.
Yeah, there's there's a few. There's a few people.
It's a curious one. Like, it has the core gameplay to be competitively viable, obviously. Otherwise, people wouldn't have been playing it competitively for 17 years now, right? But it's also kind of asinine to assume that that was the initial design idea. Because if it was, then why would they ultimately go with 12v12 hubs? Why would they?
But have you considered
like one-sided maps?
But Cerny, have you
doesn't make sense.
Have you considered that Robin Walker played in a like a scrim versus a competitive team?
Dude, that obviously completely acts as the killer argument for that, right?
Yeah,
naturally.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you knew what you were talking about, because, like, you know,
obviously,
this is important shit.
Again, I feel like it's important to distinguish a game that has the tools and like fundamental like aspects to make a good competitive scene, and being made with competitive play in mind. So like Melee
people always bring up Melee for this.
Good
game.
Melee is a game that wasn't meant to be competitive, but it had all of the building blocks to make an incredible esport. Meanwhile, Smash Ultimate is like the opposite, where it was made kind of with competitive in mind, and it's not as, you know, great as a competitive game, at least to me.
I would love to ask Melee players if they think their game would be improved if like, hypothetically, Nintendo updated Melee tomorrow and they removed all of the single player shit and they just made it like a competitive like matchmaker. Like this, it was just Slippy basically. It was just like, we're gonna update the game to make it more competitive. I wonder if they'd be like, yes, this is what the game needs, or if they'd be like, this is.
Well, it wouldn't be Slippy. It would be their shitty online servers on the Switch that you have to pay money for.
Well, yeah, no, it would be yes, but I want
Slippy, but infinitely worse.
It's the same way that like the TF2 comp community feels as well, where like TF2 comp has actually thrived more since Valve has stopped updating the game.
Yeah,
because like we can just do our own shit now. We know what's gonna happen. We don't have to worry about some update. Oh, it's gonna break everything. It's gonna change 8 weapons that now need to be reevaluated, whether they're actually usable or whether they're gonna break everything and all that stuff. Right? It's much easier. And I think competitive scenes, especially for niche games like this, like Melee, like TF2, they're a lot happier when there's no dev involvement. Because at the end of the day, they can just make their own game. They can play comp how they like to, and then, you know, if other people want to get into it, sure. Otherwise, whatever. Right?
Oh man, who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? It's almost as if the people that curate these scenes like to remain in control of the scenes they have curated.
Crazy. Also, wait. Sorry, I just want to make. I'm sorry, Zesty. I'll let you go and write just one thing.
Fine.
The reason why I asked that question, Cerny, was because I feel as if people ignore like basic logic to get to like the nitty gritty. The basic logic would be, if the game was always designed to be a competitive esport, then Meet Your Match shouldn't have gone nearly as badly as it did.
Yeah.
There's no reason to assume, because why, if your game if your game is already competitive, then why would it be difficult to just make the game like more competitive? First of all, why would you need to? But even if you were going to, like, this is the competitive update, that should not be hard. And yet Valve through their efforts and also like you know, talking to the competitive community and then disregarding everything they said, they made it exceedingly clear that their job was very difficult. So it just makes you wonder. Okay, now Zesty, you can go.
God, I had like 50 things fly through my head in the past 5 minutes now. I've now forgotten like all of them. But
no.
So I think Cerny, the thing I want to like poke at you with is the reason why Valve did what they did with their version of competitive. And I'm sure you've contemplated this and know all of these things as well, because I mean you were around and were having these conversations with these guys. But and not to toot my own horn and not to plug my own shit, but I put out a video about the development of Meet Your Match and then the fallout of it afterwards, where everything that Valve did with Meet Your Match was very deeply intentional. Like all of the competitive modes functionality, casual modes functionality, all of it was very deeply intentional. And you bring up something as simple as like, oh, class limits, right? That should just be a no-brainer if they were trying to directly emulate some community form of a competitive format, but they intentionally did not do that for two big reasons. One, TF2 simply did not have a player base large enough to impose some kind of class limit. And if they did, then queue times would drastically get magnified because you'd have an insane amount of incompatible player combinations. Like, oh, we have an extreme lack of people queuing for medic, but then a fuckload of people queuing for scout and soldier, right? They would make searching for games way longer, so they disregarded that. But then also, the level of entry into whatever competitive format they had in order to make it grow into an esport would be that much higher, because they're trying to make the transition from their casual mode into their competitive mode as seamless as possible and the bar as low as possible, where the two formats have to be almost identical. And the only difference is being smaller team sizes, no random crits, no random bullet spread, what have you. Because in order for an esport to grow, everyone has to be playing the same game. And the instant you impose weapon bans or class limits, or even like an unfamiliar map pool, it's why they threw fucking Capture the Flag in there, or a payload map in there for sixes, is as soon as you do that, it immediately turns people off. Like, whoa, this isn't, like, what do you mean I can't play Pyro and use the scorch shot? Like, or what do you mean I can't be the second medic? It's like, you know, it's an immediate disconnect and pushes people away. So Valve very intentionally made their competitive mode as similar as possible to their casual mode. And it's why it fucking sucked. It was something that very few people genuinely wanted at the end of the day. And basically no one wanted that. It sucked, and it's dead for obvious reasons, because it fucking blows and no one cared about it. So, and like you said, people were expecting Valve to do more. Especially like during the beta, it's like, oh wow, here it is, 6v6 matchmaking, and then people were waiting for class limits and weapon bans and shit like that, but it just never came because Valve did not want that. They wanted their answer to Overwatch in order to make a new class-based esport, and they fucked it. They beautifully and spectacularly fucked it.
Well,
in every way possible.
Well, it's not just that like, oh, Valve wanted this, because if Valve wanted it, you know, Valve would have had it. It was more like Valve wanted the developers to have it, and the developers were like, we can't. There's nothing we could do. The game doesn't function the way you want it to function. And then
the thing is, they genuinely tried though. They tried and they thought they could do it.
But you have to assume it wasn't like fucking, you know, whoever. I think Robin Walker still there? I don't remember.
Barely. He was barely working on it.
Dota. I was working on Dota for the most part, I think.
Well, he was practically not present, and it was heavily implied that those working on TF2 at the time were also working on Counter-Strike.
Well, you have to imagine that it was like Valve higher-ups, like basically corporate Valve was like, we want another esport. CSGO is doing so well. We will tell the TF2 devs, make TF2 into a competitive esport. And then the TF2 devs throw up their hands and go, we can't. And they're like, well, do it. And then Meet Your Match happens.
No, I mean, that's absolutely something that, I mean, there's definitely internal factors where people or the higher-ups at Valve are like, you know what, hey, we have two giant esports, we have another game people like with gambling inside already, do the same thing with that one too. And then they did.
Yeah, and it's like all of the like the consulting of competitive players, the betas going into it, like all of it seems to point toward this is something that was like more. This was something they were being told to do, not something they really wanted to do. Or at least that's my personal belief. I wasn't there, but based off of all the information
probably.
I know, it doesn't seem like the TF2 devs were excited to do it.
No, they were doing it absolutely with money in mind and not genuine like interest in making the game better. Clearly, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't have sucked as much as it did. They wouldn't have ever done it.
Yeah.
Right. But I had another thought and I completely lost it. Fuck, what was I gonna say? It'll come back to me. I'm sure. There's more to this.
Yeah, we can just keep going.
And by the way, Valve has never balanced a single weapon with community competitive in mind. If anything, their own version of
that's just not true.
Yeah, this is just not.
That's just not true.
There's a few examples, but it's not.
I mean, you have what? Gloves running urgently, Darwin's Danger Shield, Razorback, Wrangler, Ambassador, Base Jumper, Caber.
But what was the Wrangler change?
So Wrangler Ambassador change.
It's a less healing, right?
Yeah. So by the way, when I list these off, I'm not saying they were bad or good either way. Like obviously Razorback nerf was good. Obviously Wrangler nerf was good. But like the Wrangler nerf and the Ambi nerf were like in direct response to Sigafu, 100%. Like that's just fucking undeniable.
Yeah.
That was the reason why they were nerfed. So
how he ever got his grimy fingers inside? That's still crazy to me.
I know, right?
Don't
so I mean,
like that.
So like those are very clear cut. Like yes, competitive players influenced weapon balance in TF2. And then to an extent, some of the other weapons, not all of them, like for example the Bison, the Bison was not touched by people that thought it needed to be nerfed because they listened to competitive players. That's just nonsense. The Bison was ruined by some idiot that like looked at it penetrating players and they thought it was a bug. Like that was a genuine fuck up by someone that didn't actually play the game. But a lot of other weapons that were looked at because they were problematic in the competitive spheres and they were trying to blend the 6v6 and 12v12 balancing, and it never worked out for so many different weapons, i.e. things like the base jumper. They didn't directly listen to anyone in the competitive scene about the base jumper, but they knew it was problematic in 6v6 and therefore they nerfed it.
Yeah, that's just like what the next point really is, where I'm like, they probably had their own version of comp a bit more in mind than actual 6v6 as well, because a lot of weapon changes that should have been made still haven't been made. Like the reserve shooter, okay, it doesn't work with air blast anymore. It's still fucking busted in 6s. Nope, like it's banned. Nobody can use it, obviously. Like the quick fix and the vaccinator. The quick fix and the vaccinator, they're so good that they're banned in all 6s leagues and all Highlander leagues because they're just broken compared to the other two options, right? And like they were never looked at. Like these are some of the most egregious examples, right? Like they adjusted some, sure. And there's obviously like revisions nowadays as well on the whitelists every once in a while. Like for instance, the base jumper wasn't looked at for so long until they finally decided, you know what, why is this still banned? This was changed ages ago. Yeah. We should probably just unban it. And now sometimes you even see soldiers using it. So, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It happened to some stuff, but some are just baffling because they didn't even affect whether the weapon actually worked in competitive or not. Like they didn't.
No, yeah, exactly. Which is just Valve's incompetence leaking through in that instance.
If I remember correctly, I think it was a select few, not all of them, but some of them banned things like flare guns, like their detonator, for some fucking reason. Well, yeah, I think it was because afterburn bad or something like that.
No, it can break stickies. It can break stickies. That's why.
Yeah, breaking stickies and the spam is fucking annoying for some people, but this definitely just breaking stickies.
Sticky spam isn't? Come on.
It's like part of 6s.
It's essential part of 6s. The demo is like your most important player after the medic.
The demo can spam, but Pyro, no, he can't because he's a
okay. It's not the spam is like 5%. The 95% issue is that it broke stickies and it fucks gameplay. That sucks. For 6s.
I know the quickie bomb breaks stickies. Why isn't that banned?
It was for a bit.
Oh, of course it was.
But it's a much greater sacrifice for a demo man to not only half the amount of stickies in his clip and also his damage, but also sacrificing one of his loaded stickies to destroy someone else's stickies. So it's not nearly as problematic as, say, vomiting one scorch shot flare and destroying a trap and then letting your team push.
Yes. I guess my argument is that like a well-timed detonator explosion breaking a sticky trap on a doorway, I feel like that takes skill, but
it's pretty easy. The AoE is pretty large on the detonator.
And placing sticky traps aren't easy as well. But again,
it's the trade-off, right? It's like, okay, you vomit down 6 stickies. Now the demo's has all this downtime reloading him, and then if the trap fails, he's got nothing loaded, and then he dies. Whereas the pyro just has to reload once and he's good. Just tries again.
Can I?
Sure.
Can I have an entirely unrelated thing to say, and chat's gonna hate it because it's very unrelated. But can you guys indulge me for a second?
Sure.
There was a thread on r/TF2 a while ago about Notch, the creator of Minecraft.
Oh no!
And there's apparently a widely prevalent belief that Notch doesn't actually play TF2, and I want to dispel this because it's so stupid. It makes me very frustrated.
How recent is this thread?
I don't know, actually. It was recent enough to where it made me angry just now because I thought about it. Was like I saw that relatively recent. Notch loved TF2 so much that before I started that like John 3:16. Notch loves TF2 so much that he gave his only time and made a remake of TF2 that was from the top-down perspective. As a programming challenge, and he did it on stream as this whole thing. He played TF2. He was in one of the celebrity TF2 competitive games.
Yeah,
games
he did.
That happened in the back of the day.
It was Yogscast, right? Wasn't he in the Yogscast match too? The show matches?
Yes.
Mix-up matches? Those were
They
fucking
gave him
great.
a unique hat.
No, but people, I think the thread was about how, the thread was someone asking if, the Notch hat was because he played TF2 or just because they liked him. And people in the chat were like, nah, he doesn't actually play the game. It's actually a common misconception. And it made me so fucking angry. I was irrationally, because it does not matter that much. But I've done
He did an entire April Fool's update with Minecraft back in the day where he added Manco storage.
Yes.
Why would he do that if he doesn't play the game?
Yes. You see, now you understand my anger, because I just needed to say this, because I've never mentioned this on stream before, but I found this thread and it made me so fucking frustrated. Because it was just people spreading misinformation, all the Redditors just nodding their head like, yeah, that must be true. None of you know anything.
Reddit, first of all.
People who weren't around for it, and they're like, "Oh, I hate Notch because of what he says on Twitter," and they
it didn't even have anything to do with that. That was the most frustrating part. It had nothing to do with that. It was just people spreading misinformation, and everyone else just nodding like, "Yeah, that's true."
So it's just Reddit being Reddit then.
Yeah,
it's Reddit. It's whatever the direction of the conversation is going is the one people flow in. Does the thread hate it? Oh yeah, it fucking sucks. Is it real according to the eyes of the thread? Oh yeah, that's fucking real.
Yeah, if someone could have commented
actually
Notch fucking hated TF2, and everyone would have been like, wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. No,
I want to gaslight Reddit now. I'm gonna make a post like that about something on an alt account. I'm gonna gaslight
you should make a post that you should make a post of a random
elaborate story.
No. You should make a post about you should post a picture of a furry on an alt account and then say guys, I found Zesty Jesus's fursona, and just be like, I can't believe it, guys. He was a furry the whole time.
People will believe anything they say about me in that fucking place.
Except for that he has good videos and makes good opinions.
Anything that can be remotely twisted as negative, they will believe it on Reddit.
Sounds about right.
Notch does like
being a furry is not a negative, by the way. I respect you, furries out there.
Yes. Jaunty, you said you didn't have content for the UFR out of context. What the fuck was that, bro? We've had 3 moments where
I never said that there was no content. I just said that people haven't been submitting me good clips to use. People are like, oh, when's the next UFR out of context?
Guys, make sure to spam Jauntyweb on Discord and just send him clips from UFR to put in his videos.
Yes, send me clips or timestamped moments you would like to see in the next UFR out of context, and I'll be happy to put them down. And when I have time, I will compile them and
just put the entire opening to the stream in that video. Just all of it, just the whole thing. Especially the part where I ask
is just that section.
Especially the part where I ask Cerny how many hours he has in toilets, and he says 6.2K. And then with a straight face.
Prime content right there. If anything, we should just start a highlights channel where we take good segments that are good to take and
make them into shorts. You gotta mill it. You gotta content mill shorts. Post them on YouTube. Post them on Instagram. Post them on TikTok.
You see someone whose name
right, Cerny.
Someone whose name starts is the word balance, but without the A and the CE. It was supposed to be doing that, but it hasn't happened. There's a real mind boggler for you. I'm gonna hit the play button now.
Of competitive, but this is so far removed from actual community competitive as it is from 24/7 high tower no cards TF2. But let's not get sidetracked. I'll talk more about this later. Anyways, it also replaced Quickplay with casual matchmaking, arguably quite.
No, I know. It's a joke. The cart was visibly there.
I guess.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm not being serious. I'm sorry.
No!
/J.
Why would you say that to me? Downgrade, at least at launch, due to the fact that it didn't even work at all. But functionally, it's just a more controlled version of what Quickplay was. You get to choose the maps you queue for, and even do so with some extra friends simultaneously if you so choose. But in exchange, you lose the ability to swap teams at will. Most people will just leave after a single map instead of sticking around for map changes. Most maps will only last like 2 rounds. And you can't just join a server via the server browser or the Steam friends list anymore, and are instead forced to re-queue and pray that you get in a timely manner. Now, I could go on a tangent about how matchmaking is a scourge on modern multiplayer games.
So true.
Any sense of
It is.
community or goodwill out of people, because there's no.
Yes, you should have gone on that tangent. We would have been like, man, that was so cool when he did that.
Well, keep watching.
Just make a video about that, Cerny. You have like you're primed for a whole video just about that.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah. We'll sit there and we will sit there and we will all nod our heads. We won't even have any notes. We'll just be like, man, that's so cool and that he said that, and it's so true.
Where's the
Truth
nodding
supernova.
soy jack?
Nodding so
There it is.
Wise Jack.
No real incentive to act like a decent human being when you'll never see the people you're playing with ever again.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
After the end of the match.
I'm having a spiritual
Which was also
experience.
tacked on report systems to try and punish people for bad behavior, unless it's TF2, and a complete lack of instantaneous or reliable moderation in favor of automated systems. But it is the industry standard for a reason. I can't really blame devs for implementing it, because it does streamline the whole starting the game, getting into a game pipeline, and I'm going on a tangent, aren't I? Casual was probably not as bad for TF2 as the nostalgic boomer in me makes it out to.
No, it was.
It was.
No, it
Yeah.
was honestly probably worse.
It's probably worse than people
Because
remember.
you stopped playing right before the bot crisis, and not directly maybe, but indirectly, Meet Your Match is in some way responsible for that.
And I mean, and beyond just the whole increasing the amount of downtime between play and reducing the amount of time when you actually get into a server and play. That's insane.
Like, why do we in casual why do we need a 30-second end screen of the scoreboard, and then you get to choose between 2 new maps that you might want to play? Everybody leaves anyway because of that downtime. But
yeah.
If nobody cares about their score in casual, if they do, they're just gonna press tab every 10 seconds anyway. Why do we need to spend so much time just looking at that shit?
It's so funny, Surny, because you remember when a server would reset with Quickplay, you still saw the scores at the end in the 6 seconds before the map clicked off. You didn't need to extend that to 30 fucking seconds for a map vote that takes less than a second to cast. Fuck.
Plus the end.
And then on top of that, I'm ranting now because the end game map vote is so fucking useless. Because first of all, the downtime, it makes everyone leave. Downtime makes everyone leave. No one gives a fuck about their score. No one cares about that. Like you said, they did care. They'd hit tab once. Then you have this 30 seconds of downtime that is still considered active playtime by the matchmaker. So it still throws people into the server, even though the map is about to reset, because people are leaving and a whole bunch of slots open, and the matchmaker's like, oh, this server needs players. And so it dumps a whole bunch of fucking people into there before the game's about to reset. And then even that, it's like you're wasting this time on a fucking map vote that before the game went through this apocalyptic update would take 2 seconds to cast. And then you hit one button and then you keep playing and then the server would just reset. And they only retroactively added this awful map vote because people were bitching that it wasn't like how Quickplay used to be. And then they retroactively tossed this broken, glitchy map vote that doesn't even work half the time on top of the already miserably broken matchmaking system. It is so horrific. I'm sorry. I need to bring myself down. So this just reinforces the point that casual mode is far worse than nostalgia people make it out to be. It's far, far worse.
To elaborate on your point about how the matchmaker works, you will not believe the amount of time where I will vote queue for a very specific map. I join a server and then it immediately goes to a map I didn't fucking queue for. It just happens.
Queue time was for nothing. Fuck you. Bye bye. Haha.
And then I have to re-queue exactly. It's so fucking annoying. I hate it so much.
Your queue time was for nothing. Fuck you. Enjoy the big metal Tobuscus doors in your face.
Do you think the feedback screen at the end of a match? Do you think they listen to that when you click it wasn't good?
Fuck no, they didn't listen to that.
Big metal.
You think Valve listening? What?
What? No. What?
Look, wait. Okay. So I was playing TF2 with Wheezy, Banana Man, and we were at the beginning of we were playing MVM to start, and while we were talking, he was like, like I know the casual quick play thing is like a whole thing, and like I don't think casual. Like I know it's bad, but like I just don't like care, I guess. And then we were talking about it, and then we started playing casual, right? And so we had the party system, and we live on different sides of the globe, so it took us forever to get a game. And then when we got a game, like 3 times in a row, the matchmaker put us into games that were ending, and every time he was like, you know what? I'm becoming radicalized. I actually think this is awful.
Yeah,
he got progressively more angry. It was like, at first he was like, maybe it's really not that bad. And then like we got 3 games in a row and he was like, I fucking hate casual. I want it to burn. This sucks.
Anyone who actually plays the game on a regular basis has some qualm with casual mode. They understand, at least at a very basic level, that something is very wrong because of how awful the experience is. Like you didn't need to have experienced quick play to understand that casual mode fucking blows.
Especially if you've played any other game with a matchmaker by comparison, then you know like, oh, this is not how this is supposed to
go. No other game this beloved or profitable or well known offers an experience this bad.
Correct. Another thing, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that in the matchmaking settings, at least it was there if I remember, there was a tick box to say to like split party members into other teams, and it always said
it was keep party members on same team, which was never implemented because if it did, that would break auto balance. Auto balance would work even less than it does now because I can't move this person over to the other team because his 6 stack doesn't want to be moved. So sorry, keep enjoying your 12v9 until the game ends. Fuck you.
Isn't it always in a party they will all go on the same team? Was that not a thing?
Yes,
I'm pretty sure.
Always. You are always placed on the same team.
Oh, that is fucking awful. That is a terrible design. My God.
Remember, it had to be competitive.
Yeah, in comp, that would
literally,
make
if
sense.
they could only change one thing about casual, only one thing, I would just make it so that parties could like be on different teams and bring back team. That's 2 things actually, but bring back team, like open team swapping, and make it so that parties
the team selection screen.
Default.
That's all it is.
Bring that back.
Bring back the team selection screen because then parties would be divvied up across both teams and players can switch teams whenever they want.
Yes.
And it would greatly and vastly improve game. Oh, it makes you so mad because
it's also like
rabbit holes.
It's also like 2 things. One, like the TF2 team selection screen is so soulful. It's so nice. You have the little doors. You can walk in the doors to choose which one you want to go in. That's so cool. And like they have a little animation. It's so cool. And like secondly, when I first started playing TF2, I always wondered why that wasn't there because I'd go to a community server and it would be like I'd go to like Skyle and you could pick your team and I was like, there's this whole animation that's just not in the regular game. Like why? Come to find out, it used to be.
Too bad Tobuscus doors.
Yeah, a large volume of people playing TF2 today have likely never seen the team selection screen.
I cannot get over describing it as the Tobuscus doors. That's the funniest.
It's what it is. It's the fucking metal Tobuscus doors.
It also reminds me of Death Battle. You know, you guys know Death Battle? When they're like, who's gonna win a death battle? And then the doors close. It's like that.
We got a gif of it.
It's so funny.
It's, casual mode blows. I think we kind of all collectively
agree
Big
Buck
on
Bunny. That. What's Big Buck Bunny doing
not
back?
This again.
Now, why is Big Buck Bunny still here?
God.
Who keeps doing this? Is this you, Alan?
No.
Where were we?
That's what I want.
11 minutes.
Like 11
okay.
Alan, why'd you do that?
It was like 11:13 is
hey
where we
there,
were
it's
at.
Been a while, hasn't it? No,
it's
like
not been that
in
long.
the modern era of live service games. But it is also the direct cause of almost every problem.
Every time Big Buck Bunny comes on screen, everyone just like, Big Chungus? Is that Big Chungus?
Yes.
He is.
plays the game today. Like, was Meet Your Match a misstep in hindsight? Well, yeah, of course. It's very easy to see, like, 8 years later that it indeed was. But it's not like we could undo it now anyways. And don't get me wrong, criticizing it is completely fine. That's what I...
It's not off the table.
It's not off the table, I agree.
Yeah.
But there's a bit more nuance to that, where I'm like... I also think just going back to Quickplay would obviously be the ideal outcome, but there's so much stuff integrated with casual as well now that just completely reverting the code would break a lot of shit, and obviously Valve doesn't want to do that because they don't give a shit about working on the game. That's the next thing, right? It is a bit more work than I think most people expect it to be, to revert back to Quickplay 1-to-1. What they can definitely do, though, is just some simple changes. Change some server CVARs, allow team switching, allow ad hoc connections so you can actually join your friends without having to queue, you know, change the fucking map selection shit, like, you don't need to end screen. You can get rid of all that shit. Nobody would probably care. People would just be happy about it being gone.
Yes, and you are 100% correct.
That takes you 10 minutes. Like, that one guy can do it at one afternoon.
You are 100% correct in that Valve can effectively bring back Quickplay without changing a single part of how people interact with the game today. You can keep the UIs, you can keep the fucking map vote. All they have to do is turn off the matchmaking system by turning ad hoc connections back on, bring back the team selection screen, extend the round timers, bring back team switching, auto scrambles, teams vote scrambles, all that shit. Like, that's all they have to do, and everything else can stay the same. That is basically just Quickplay, just with the modern UI.
And I don't know if you're aware of this, but the lister informed us like a while ago, like several episodes ago, that there was once a command that you could type into the chat, like shortly after Meet Your Match came out, that just reverted everything basically. Like, the matchmaker would still work, or still be, you know, fucked. But all of, like, the way everything looked, the selection, the, you know, the community, like all of the visual stuff, and the select, like the specific selections options and shit, that was all just there, and you could just turn it on with a command, and then they disabled it in a patch. So, like, it's not even that far away, so to speak.
Yeah, it's the amount of work required to bring back Quickplay's functionality, not so much a hard reversion, is far less work. Like you said, it's just some server commands, and then that's it. Just do it. It's not that hard. It's just not hard, and it's so easy. It's so easy for Valve to vastly improve the player experience, and it is maddening that they just willingly do not do it.
It would take an afternoon, but it doesn't make money, so who cares?
It's so frustrating. Like, it can still be called casual mode, so like, oh, this is the casual competitive, like that whole stupid dynamic doesn't have to go away, so it's still modern, quote unquote. But just it would bring so many people back, and like oh wow, you bring people back and keep people around because the experience is improved. Guess what happens? More people gamble and give you money. It's so easy.
I would love to do I would love for them to do like a reversion or like something major to like go back, because then I could remake that, or I could make a sequel to the like interviewing the military about TF2 video, and I could just tell all the same people, be like, it's back. It's just how you remember. Go play it. Would you be interested in playing the game again? Because all those people
I could
like,
just close my channel down. I would be done.
I'd be like, yes, it's over. I can play Metroid Prime now.
It's like that one gif of Kratos and his like armband coming off.
No, it's just Thanos sitting at the fucking on the farm, like, yes, it is finished. God on the seventh day.
Everything else, like, nothing else fucking matters. Just revert how people play the game to how it behaved with Quickplay, and everything else, who gives a fuck? Shitty hats, crappy maps, the bloat, bugs, who gives a shit? Just let people play the game again, and everything else doesn't matter anymore. Fuck it. You can pump the game full of hats and unusual effects until Kingdom Come. I don't care.
Now, you would definitely care. I don't believe you.
See,
I would
Zesty,
care far less.
You would definitely
rock the bold. Zesty,
like, don't get me wrong. I do absolutely care about preserving the sanctity of the game and preventing its further degradation into whatever the hell it is now, and letting it get worse. But if I could just play the game normally, like I once did on a Valve server, and then also in a community server, because it would boost community server traffic again if Valve servers are back in the browser.
Yeah.
my God, I would be way less bitter and sour towards Valve. I wouldn't care anymore. Like I would cut Valve's balls again, like I once did back in the day. But I just haven't been able to do that since 2016.
I'd probably reopen my community server if they did that, which would be cool.
Yes. Valve, do you want your balls cupped? I'm ready. My soft, sensuous hands are prepared. Just do what you need to do.
What about your mouth? Are you prepared to use your mouth? Oh, okay.
I'm not gay, bro.
You're gonna touch the balls, and that doesn't make you gay, but
listen, cradling one's balls is a thing bros do for bros. All right, gotta help them get them out of the way.
Why did that awake Alan? Alan hasn't said anything, and then Alan heard that and was like, "Yeah, I believe that's something I could get behind."
Balls?
I'm completely on board.
Alan, how is your Victoria 3 game going?
Oh, it's fine, yeah.
You're playing it, right? I was genuinely asking. I wasn't trying to get on you.
It's great.
Okay, we got to keep going. We have 33 minutes.
It's wishing for 2 hours. A better world is always nice as well. But realistically, we all know nothing's gonna happen, right? Valve doesn't give a shit, and clearly could never admit to a mistake that is this drastic.
Hey, here I am again, re-recording another part of this video for like the 4th time now, and I'm not even gonna jump in front of the camera for this one, but originally I was gonna go on a little bit more about how I thought that demanding Valve reverts casual back to Quickplay the exact old way might be a little too outlandish of a claim to make because it's just so astronomically unlikely that Valve would give enough of a shit to do something like that, but clearly they've showed themselves willing to actually work on TF2 again in recent times. I mean, they just unmuted free-to-plays, for example, right? So maybe there's like a glimmer, like a slight hope that maybe something like that could actually happen with TF2 again. And if you told me about that in like 2019, I would have called you a big fat liar, because there's no realistic chance that would have ever happened. But times have changed, I suppose, and here we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, the power of the ask. All you have to do is ask.
I feel like there's almost a bit of reverse psychology going on with this nowadays, right? Like, it's gone on for so long, and people have made peace with the fact that nothing's going to happen with TF2, and suddenly things are happening.
They're like, no, nothing's happening.
Reverse psychology, Valve, a little bit more. Maybe that works as well.
Yeah, how'd you feel after the fucking MVM update was announced?
Valve, don't, whatever you do, please, Valve, please, whatever you do, don't add new Australians in the MVM update. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
See, Valve.
Please keep disappointing your customers. Please
don't add a Strange Dragon's Fury. No one would like that. It would make you no money. Please don't do it.
Yeah, don't add a Reddit weapon Strangifier.
God,
don't add
a
Reddit weapon Strangifier.
Oh god, I want a Strange Dragon's Fury so bad.
No,
I don't care.
Don't want it.
And now
you don't want it.
And now he's.
I really don't want one, Valve. God, if you add a Strange Dragon's Fury, my left nut will pop like a balloon in heat. Just don't do it.
Oh my god.
Valve, whatever you do, do not add a golden Dragon's Fury so I can call it the golden Reddit Gold.
Why does Alan only talk when balls are mentioned?
He would hate it. He would hate for that.
I would absolutely hate for a ball pop to happen, Valve.
I would hate for a golden Reddit weapon.
Please don't pop Zesty's balls, please. Please, God. I would hate to watch that happen. Oh. Yeah, how'd you feel after the MVM update was announced and then you were like, fuck, now it's even like more true?
That's why I recorded like the very last part of the video, just like at the very end after I edited everything else. And I was just under the impression like, it's cool. Like after 12 years, they've remembered that MVM exists. They're going to add some community maps and tours, which are usually pretty cool, actually. There's a lot of creative ideas that people have had over the years. They're going to make a couple of tours out of that, and that's it. I would be unbelievably surprised if they actually went out of their way and made like new drops available for these tours. Realistically, they should if they actually want people to buy tickets, because all this is going to do if they add a couple of tours, it's like, oh yeah, people are going to gamble on these new maps now, but you know, the people that were gambling for Aussies, they're just going to do it wherever they do it the fastest. If the new maps are faster, they'll do it there, otherwise they'll go back to two cities.
Yep. Valve would be monumentally dumb. It would be a horrifically dumb move to not add new item drops.
Monumentally.
They probably won't.
Monumentally dumb.
It would be the dumbest move to not put new items in.
New records of stupidity. They would be in the history books of stupidity.
There's no way that they genuinely think people are going to engage with the new MVM content if all they're going to be doing is farming the same items they've been farming for the past 12 years. Like, sure, it's going to appeal to the small handful of people that genuinely enjoy MVM for what it is, But most people are not going to buy in unless they're given a reason.
Wait. Let's fucking draw it back. People, this is not a small minority of people who play MVM to have fun.
No, yes, that's just objectively true. Most players don't go out of their way to play MVM for fun.
You don't think that the majority of the people who play MVM are? You think the majority of the people who play MVM are playing it for money?
Today, yes.
Man up, yes.
100%.
I would say,
I'm just talking. No. Wait. To be clear, I'm not talking about man up specifically. I'm talking about the whole, any version of MVM.
Yes. No, yeah. Even today, and that only changes when there is a community server event. Only when that happens. But beyond that, I'm talking official Valve TF2, not community events. Official Valve TF2.
Nobody's queuing for normal MVM.
Yeah. No one's. Very few people are doing boot camp, and the ones that are paying are doing it for the rewards. 100%. But in community servers, absolutely, people aren't doing it for rewards because they genuinely enjoy it. Like
that's why.
I was talking
pissy.
I was talking about boot camp and was just including boot camp and man. I think you're sorely underestimating how many people just play it for fun.
No, trust me. I think I wish we had actual raw statistics on this because we just don't have that data from Valve. If you took the number of people playing MVM on a regular basis, right? Not just like a brand new player that just bumbles into it like, oh, what's this? And they play it for like 1 or 2 games and then fuck off because it sucks to them. The people that consistently play MVM because, or I should just say, the people that consistently play MVM, most of them do it to grind tours for Aussies. 100%.
That's why you have high tours that get busy when you don't play the meta. That's why,
because you gotta min-max the time. You gotta get through it as fast as possible.
I don't know.
I need to complete it in under 3 hours.
I feel I don't know. I feel like you're sorely because so many people in TF2 are playing it because they don't have money. Like just a sizable portion
Lucid.
of those people are playing because they don't have money, and they can't. They will want to engage with the game no matter how they're engaging with it. And I don't think those people. I think that is a large portion of people who play MVM.
No, there's already a very tiny minority of people that engage with MVM at all. That's already like a very tiny contingent of the player base. Like, well, less than people. I think it's even less. Or even fewer people than that touch like community competitive formats. It's definitely less than that.
What?
Yeah, 100%.
Are you
like
serious?
People are, Lucid, just like look around and what people talk about when it comes to TF2. No one's talking about MVM. No one ever plays MVM except for Wheezy, right? It's a very niche group of people in TF2 sphere that regularly engage with official MVM. This can't be true. I feel like it's of the same level of popularity as Pastime or Manpower. It's okay.
No,
Manpower
it's
is
not.
Completely dead.
No, it's not.
Okay, hold on.
You're making me lose my mind. This is not true.
Hold on. I retracted. Manpower's fucking dead, and Pastime's only getting something of a resurgence because Solar Light likes it.
I'm fucking gonna lose my mind. No.
But in third place is MVM.
No.
Like MVM is marginally more
down.
Right.
I'm putting my foot down. No. This is denial. I'm in the denial stage of grief.
For any boot camp game right now, how long will it take?
When I queued with fucking Wheezy, it took less than 5. It took like 2.5 minutes, which is like nothing.
Oh, 2.5 minutes?
That's nothing. What? That's
probably gets like his own
that's like average for casual. I don't know what
No, it's not.
Well, I forget you're also in a low population region, and that sucks. But
and I still got a game in 2.5 minutes.
But okay, I you know what? Right now, I'm gonna run a poll on my channel asking, do you play how should I pose the question? To get a gauge on how often you play MVM.
Do you play MVM? Why do you play MVM? And the options are for fun or for rewards.
For drops. For loot.
For rewards, for drops, however you phrase it. And
for fun or for glory.
And then the third option is I want to see the results of the poll.
Here, I'll do purely for item drops, purely for the fun.
Or don't play at all.
A mix of both.
Well, no, because you're skewing the poll, because the answer is obviously going to be a mix of both. Who the fuck?
Okay, so
there's no one who's playing.
Fine. Yeah. We'll do for item drops.
You could do mostly for fun, mostly for item drops.
Primarily for fun,
primarily for item drops. There you go.
Primarily for fun.
And then third option is I don't play it / I want to see the results of the poll.
Okay. I do not play MVM/show me results. I think an overwhelming number of people are going to select I do not play MVM.
I think it'll be either it'll be close to a 50-50 split. Like for the sorry, it'll be close to 50-50 is a misnomer. It would be close to even for the people who play MVM.
We'll see.
You should add a poll to this chat as well. You should poll the stream as well.
Yeah, poll your stream. Let's see what the people here say.
Most of the people are going to vote the other way, but I'll do it anyways. Do you play
we don't know that.
MVM?
Like, I mean, just with the climate around TF2, no one gives a fuck about MVM other than Wheezy's audience, and even then, his audience is absolutely not playing TF2 on a regular basis.
For fun or for glory?
Like, I know the only way that you're gonna get me to play MVM is with a full party of my friends and doing Tour of Duty because I want something for my time. Like, if I'm playing the same shit for the 150th time, I want my fucking item drops. Sorry.
No. I'm in denial. This is not true. I just think you're wrong. I think you're like this is like the worst TF2 opinion I think you've had. I think you're just entirely wrong.
I don't think so at all. I think again the majority of people that engage with MVM on a regular basis are not doing it because it's fun.
So
and if they only play it for drops, some won't probably admit it. Some will probably say, "Oh, I play it for fun," and they won't admit that they only play it. For
and listen.
But that's that's like stupid, though.
This is another problem. It's people are going to be voting on this through the lens of playing community MVM. We need to be. This is strictly about Valve MVM, strictly about official MVM, not community.
Yeah, vote in the poll chat. Not for the community.
Okay,
MVM.
I'm redoing my poll because people will say I play community MVM.
All right, I'm not in your general server. I'm only in your Patreon one.
This is the craziest shit to me, because I just staunchly disagree.
Shall we continue?
Yes, continue.
Oh yeah, sorry, we got off on a tangent.
By the way, that we complaining to the provider of the product when you want the product to improve and they want your money. Yep, I still kind of like works sometimes. It just takes a little bit, and who knows what could have possibly brought this upon us. But I guess we're in for an interesting time nonetheless. Now, do I think that this means that Valve will actually revert casual back to a Quickplay-like system, 1-to-1, just a 180 turn, because the code's already there and stuff? I don't know, I don't think so. I still think that there's a low chance that would happen. There might be some smaller changes in the pipeline that they could potentially drop at some point, and I can see them improving the system if there's enough demand for it, which I think is really the only big thing left at this point, right? But realistically, I don't see it happening just lickety-split directly back to what Quickplay was.
Bro, I just want to be real. Like, you can't add a disclaimer in the middle of the video and then add another text-based disclaimer over the disclaimer. Like that, like we can't. This is too much. Like,
keep adding shit on, man. It keeps people engaged. They gotta pay attention.
I need you to do something different.
Oh my god, you're right. Adam says he looks like the Aphex twin. That is so fucking hilarious.
Holy shit.
I didn't even thought about that. It's true. At the end of the day, now we have an entire generation of players that never even knew the old system. TF2 has had matchmaking for almost as long as it hasn't had it now. Or, you know, at least something like that. And you know times are truly desperate if we're out here romanticizing a system that at the end of the day was still pretty dog shit, just because it's slightly less dog shit than what we have currently.
Slightly is a little bit of a massive understatement.
Yeah.
It's
on purpose.
Yeah. I get it.
I mean, we even have community efforts trying to bring back Quickplay in some ways, however ill-advised that may be. Anyway, we fast forward another year or so, TF2 gets its last...
Why does that website look like that?
I don't know, gotta ask
What do you mean?
Like, why, if you're gonna make the effort to bring back Quickplay, why did you only, like, why'd you half-ass the UI so much? That's like one of the... I don't know, maybe I care too much, actually. That might be just a me thing.
It's a graphic designer speaking.
Yeah.
Romanticizing a system that at the end of the day was still pretty dog shit, just because it's slightly less dog shit than what we have currently. I mean, we even have community efforts trying to bring back Quickplay in some ways, however ill-designed.
It does just look like a
generic
design. Well, that's master config.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's she. That's how she designs things. So
yeah.
It's not particularly exciting, but it works. It's utilitarian.
Also, Eric Johansson
function over form.
Eric Johansson in chat donated 50 Swedish kroner and said the fact that more than half the people say they play MVM at all makes these poll results BS. And I think that's kind of stupid. I think the people in this chat probably play TF2 like 70% more than the average person, probably on average. Like, I think the people who are the kinds of people who would watch this particular podcast probably played this game a lot more than the average person.
Okay, so let's ask a question. Everyone in chat right now, have you played MVM in the last month? Yes or no? Just type yes or no, nothing else. Overwhelmingly no. I mean, that's proof of the pudding right there. I mean, no one really plays MVM.
Well, but that's not. I didn't know we were saying like people who play it every day or people who play it a certain amount per month. I didn't know that's what we were going by.
I mean, no. This is what we're talking about. Like, already people don't actively and regularly engage with MVM, and when they do, it's probably because they want something for their time.
Do you? But I guarantee you, more people in this chat play MVM than like competitive formats.
In this chat, maybe, but
yeah, in this chat, maybe.
That's a skewed data set.
I refuse to believe more people play comp TF2 than the MVM. I can't believe it.
Nope. I think more people play competitive formats on a regular basis. I mean, this is both Highlander and Sixes, mind you, and that's a pretty big pool of people. Definitely more in that pool than those that regularly play MVM. 100%.
No, I can't. I just like my brain can't fucking parse that as true. Like it just can't. It doesn't sound right at all.
I mean, and to that effect, I know far more dedicated competitive players that still play. I mean, this is anecdotal, but like, you know, I know far more competitive players that play competitive on a regular basis than MVM players that play MVM on a regular basis.
I don't know. We can keep going. I'd be interested to see the results of your poll, though, on your channel.
We'll see. If I'm wrong, I'll eat my words.
That may be. Anyway, we fast forward another year or so, TF2 gets its last ever major update, and Valve stops caring. And here we are. Now, with everything I've said so far, I'm just trying to lay the groundwork for what's to come, because in a cruel, ironic twist of fate, the legacy of matchmaking and the resulting erosion of community service has actually given way to a fascinating state of affairs.
That being that Valve effectively hands the game to the community in its entirety. I mean, even before they stopped having any input on updates,
I'm not saying they should.
Most of the content was already community made, right? Be that cosmetic.
And to I know I'm mincing words here. I know I'm mincing words, but it's not even handing the game over to the community. It's handing it over to a very small section of the community that actively makes content.
You know, because I'm kind of softing my next video, which I'm gonna probably like plug what the next video is gonna be about at the end of this. Valve handed the game. There was a time where an update would not be released if the community didn't work to make to like play Valve's game, so to speak, in order for the update to come out. There was Man vs. Machine was contingent on the community solving a puzzle Valve had made in order for the update to even be released. And I say that to say the community has always had a major impact on TF2. So arguably, depending on how you want to judge it, they had a larger impact when the game was being regularly updated. Because then they could impact. Because then when Valve did things to the game, the community would have like feedback on those things. Like I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the community's impact on the game is actually probably lesser than it was in like between like 2009 and 2012. But
I loosely agree in that the community at large had far more influence over the game than it does now.
Yeah, whereas now the people who impact the game are like a very small subset of people. It's
well,
not.
It's the people who make hats and maps mostly.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
really.
not,
Those are the only people that have impact on what gets.
What's getting added?
Yeah, and versus like, there fucking TF2 beta and feedback from the community that was directly responded to by people in the dev team and all this stuff that was happening.
Again, I'll be right back.
That was happening at that point. But yeah, I understand what you mean for the record. I'm just more. Because of the video that I'm making, I've been doing a shit ton of research into how things used to be, and that to that end, that has made me like, it is crazy to watch the dichotomy of like how similar everything used to be, how similar the community specifically used to be to how it is now, versus how how different it is in many ways. Like, were you around Cerny when like the Spuff was a thing, like the Steam-powered user forums?
Yes, I actually would browse it quite a bit back in the day.
Like, then you know that a lot of the discussions that are considered like new TF2 discussions, like things about the art style or things about content being put in the game, or TF2 dying or TF2 forever living, those have been things that people have been talking about since like that 2009, like 2012 era. Like, people have been talking about it for forever, and because of the way in which, because the user forums, aside from like you couldn't post like certain like obvious like edgy topics, but like in terms of the opinions and stuff, that wasn't like you could post whatever opinion or whatever you wanted, and whereas a lot of the spaces now are cultivated by either what gets the most traction online or what the moderators of the given place you're on want you to say or want you not to say. Whereas like it was much easier to get like a very like mixed pool of differing thoughts on the game at that point in time than it is now, I think. And it's just really interesting. It's been really interesting researching how the community was versus how it is now.
It's where times 10 came from, by the way. Was a Spuff thread back in the day.
That's where what came
from?
That's
where times 10 originated.
Oh, times 10?
That's where TF2 times 10 originated.
Oh,
was a Spuff thread back in the day.
That's so cool.
And somebody was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make this into a game mode," and then it became a game mode.
I was talking about how like how both the TF2 community is the exact same as it was 15 years ago, and also completely different in certain ways.
Yeah.
Like how things that are considered new TF2 topics, like the art style or the game never dying or things like that, those have always been topics of conversation, but people view them as new things to talk about because.
Oh no, that's always been a thing.
Yeah, because the common consensus is like, no, I can't believe people are bringing up the matchmaking system now. Everyone's got something to complain about, or the art style. Oh, no one cared about that 20 years ago, and it's like, no, people have been talking about it for like a really long time. Like I sent you things, but like it has been so eye opening looking at old Spuff threads and just reading what people had to say about the game 15 years ago.
Oh yeah, these are. Yeah, all the same shit's been being said for over a decade. So,
and also how like unmoderated the opinions are. I kind of just reiterating what I told you in DMs, but basically like there was never a you didn't have people trying to correct you with the opinion you're supposed to have, quote unquote, or trying to judge you for having an opinion. If they did, it was often like playground kind of like you're stupid because you think the back burner is better than stock or whatever the fuck. It wasn't like it was the way discussion went was just different 15 years ago, which is how it's supposed to be, but it's very
and now it's I mean it hasn't changed much in that regard either, where a lot of the people that are kind of pushing back against, say, the art style changing or matchmaking being good, it almost always boils down to, well, I like it.
Well, yeah,
and there's no like any serious argument in favor.
Yeah, with no other backing behind it. There's no, because that's the thing. Like the old TF2 art style people, like you and Richter, whoever, that's something they have is they can point to being like, hey, this is how it was. This is how it was designed. We have concept art. Whereas like they're just like artistic evolution, colors. You guys like colors? It's like I mean I guess, but you could have colors in a lot of things. You don't need to have them in here. Yeah. Anyways,
maps, even game modes, and now in more recent times, even bug fixes that are community submitted, and the actual code, matter of fact, being worked on by a third-party contractor instead of actual Valve employees. So really, the game is community run at this point. in all but name. Valve occasionally might give their seal of approval if they can be asked to care that day, but that's it.
Yes. Yes to the image you showed on screen.
Honestly, it's kind of genius when you consider that nobody at Valve even has any reason or incentive to work on TF2 anymore. Like, seriously, think about this open culture that they used to have there, right? Not anymore, mind you, but still. If you could work on games played by millions of people where you will immediately have your work recognized by a larger player base, or, I don't know, cutting-edge technology like fucking brain chips, you would probably rather work on that than the 20-year-old piece of crap with a codebase messier and more antique than any ethnic conflict in the Balkans. Instead, you just get some suckers to do it for...
That was a wild pull for a simile. That was just fucking wild pull.
Yeah, there
put
is
in the funny zone sometimes.
Yeah, there is no real incentive for anyone at Valve to work on the game other than to keep its microeconomy going, so it doesn't fuck with their other microeconomies. That's it.
Essentially free or paltry sums of money if they happen to get lucky, and you reap the rewards of people shutting the fuck up for a few months. And it's not like there's really much of a financial incentive either, no matter how popular you consider TF2 to still be, because it absolutely...
Well, I think you're making a small conflation here between the actions of devs choosing to work on TF2 and the actions of the corporation valuing TF2 financially. The devs don't have any...
I suppose.
Like, the devs don't... whether or not the devs choose to work on TF2, I think, has very little to do with the company's bottom line. Whereas I think whereas Valve doesn't assign devs... Zesty, you would know this. Does Valve assign people to...
They've moved away from the open culture, supposedly. They actually assign people now.
It was never really an open culture to begin with. And the way it works now, from my understanding, is that you are indeed free to more or less choose what you want to work on, but because Valve is so heavily geared towards bonus incentives, if you're not working on something that is viewed valuable by Valve's corporate arm, you're not going to get your bonuses, and your job security is going to be placed at risk because they want to cycle in people who are going to work on projects that are deemed valuable by that corporate arm. The whole flat structure at Valve, that was never really real. And you may remember, like, the Valve handbook, that whole thing that kind of explained that was entirely manufactured. Like, that wasn't real. Turns out a lot of game companies release fake internal documents or internal inner workings like that on a regular basis to, like, entice people to apply for their company. And then once they get in there, it's like, oh, that's actually not real. Like, it's I'm trying to find the right word for it. They intentionally mislead people to think their companies work in one way or another when it's just simply not true. And again, I highly encourage people to go read that entire thread of tweets from that former Valve employee that shed a lot of light on these things, where, again, that flat structure thing was simply never real. It probably was at some point, like in the very, very early days of the company when there were like 20 employees and it didn't matter. But now that it's this multi-billion-dollar machine, the corporate arm, just like in any other game development company or any other tech company, absolutely controls the direction in which people work, right? So
yeah, enlightening.
The hails in comparison to the infinite money machine they just have standing in the basement. They seem to care just about enough to do some very basic maintenance, because more money is always nice, and the suckers, aka the player base, keep buying keys regardless. But yeah, even with the move away now from that open culture and actual leadership teams that assign people to work on stuff, clearly nobody at Valve considers maintaining TF2 past the absolute lowest possible...
Cerny, do you do mountain climbing?
No.
Okay.
Feasible amount, even a reasonable thing to do. Not to mention that TF2 is essentially a dead game in the...
I don't know, you look like a mountain climber to me.
There's no mountains where I live, bro. It's flat as hell.
That's in Germany? No. Surely there's mountains.
Yeah, well, in the south, obviously, but I don't live there.
Oh, you're from North Germany?
Well, not north, like
Why
middle.
did you say that like it was disgusting to you?
No, it's just...
You're from North Germany? Okay.
It's like between the states, you know? There's
Why am I listening to you again?
The hell?
At least you're not West Germany. Ugh.
So can I add something about the money that TF2 brings in?
How much is it actually? Do we know?
So ballpark estimates based off of what I know from workshop revenue and percent key cuts, it averages about 10 to 30 million a year, roughly.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course that pales in comparison to Counter-Strike, which brings in like 5 billion annually now, which is insane.
Not to mention Steam.
Well, of course Steam too, but if we're just talking about their products like games, right? Yeah. TF2 is dwarfed by 2 orders of magnitude, 3 sometimes, which is fucking wild to think about. But then you have to understand, like, the reason why they keep it alive isn't just for strictly the revenue that TF2 earns them.
Still.
Of course, it pays for itself, and then a little bit. And I can't talk because I have caffeine in me, but and it pays for itself and then some. But the real value in keeping Team Fortress 2 alive is that they can't just shut it down and remove its microeconomy without striking insane fear into their other player bases and their other microeconomies where, and I know you say this later in the video, you don't actually own anything in these games and they can suddenly go away at Valve's discretion and they'll never just shut it off. And people need to understand that there is that much weight in TF2 and that much value in TF2 beyond the raw money it earns. Like, they have to keep it alive. And if more people would use that angle to pressure Valve for more improvements, then, I think that would help people realize that the players have a lot more influence than we actually do. Like, that's the attack vector.
Yeah, I feel like this whole idea of, like, you don't own shit with the digital age is, like, we've been brought on, again, with the Stop Killing Games movement, with how, like, a lot of games just do not have, like, a afterlife plan, so, like, they can just shut down out of the blue and then there's nothing you can do about it. There's no tools for community members to keep it alive at their own discretion. It's just dead.
TF2 thankfully wouldn't suffer from that. Like, people can very clearly run their own servers, thank God, and they can
thank Valve for that.
Yeah, and the SDK is released now, so that's not going to be of any worry. But when it comes to the economical stuff, right? That's entirely under Valve's control. And again, I think players need to realize that we have a lot more power than we think we do over what Valve does with this game, because if we can jeopardize that stability with their multi-billion-dollar microeconomy machine, then we can get more of what we want. We just never abuse that and exploit that like we should.
Public eye. Look, I know people have been touting TF2 is dead for years, even when it was still being actively updated, so it kind of became background noise after a while. But really, if you ask the average person, even somebody who's played the game or at least knows of it, their response more than likely will be, oh, people still play that? It may still have a decently sized player base.
When I did interview the military about TF2, that is what most of them said. Or that's what many of them said.
Compared to many other live services to date. Even if you disregard a lot of them as bots, but it's by no means massive anymore, no matter how much the remaining players still care for the game. It is undoubtedly a niche game by modern standards.
Can I blackpill you guys a little bit?
Do
you mind if I blackpill you on player counts a little bit more?
Can you mention your testicles so Alan's listening?
Sure. Balls. Cock and balls.
Thank you.
So when Valve let the game go free to play, it was, in a sense, opening Pandora's box, where they knew effectively that the game's item drop system would be immediately exploited by bot farms, right? And the initial spike, when the player count quintupled, was mostly humans flooding into the game and trying it out. But then it established a new baseline very quickly, and that was more than likely based on this is very hard to prove this because the data are just not there, and the few pieces of data that I do have, it's very hard to produce a statistically sound piece of evidence for this. But from what I've seen and in my background in data analytics, TF2's player count has always been roughly the same amount of people. It's always been a very niche game appealing to a player base of about 50,000 people consistently, practically since within a year of the game going free to play. So all of the previous huge spikes in players were likely, the same spot and spikes in bot activity that we see today. The thing is, they were way more heavily muted and not so frequent because that back then Valve actually would make an effort to ban bots that would farm items, but then once they stopped doing that, that's when we started getting really insane spikes of like 200,000 players, right? Because most of that was not human.
Yeah.
So it turns out, from what I've found, that TF2's player count has more or less been the same size for the past 16 years.
I mean, to be fair, a consistent player count of like 50k is not something to scoff at. Like,
no, that's still really good.
That's why I say, compared to a lot of live services nowadays, that's still really good. A lot of games come out, they peak at launch for like 2 weeks, and then nobody fucking plays them anymore, right? So like, that's still significant. It's still somewhat significant, at least. There's something there.
And
but
what is it?
It is also niche.
And what does it say that that relatively small player base still has such a massive cultural footprint? TF2 is one of the most it is arguably like a top 5 most influential game since the year 2000. Like its influence, its relevance in pop culture is even more insane given the fact that it has only had that level of exposure relatively.
And also, loot boxes, it definitely popularized that trend.
Yeah. Of course, the whole microeconomy thing is
like I don't that doesn't even blackpill me, if anything. It just it makes TF2 seem like more of an underdog than it already did, which to me makes all of its accomplishments more,
more amazing. Yeah, I say blackpill because a lot of people always held the expectation that TF2 used to be a very popular game, and then in the years it died off. But in reality, it's kind of always been around this much for most of its lifespan.
It's had a consistent niche but dedicated player base.
Yeah, but and this is again going on this is scintillating my data autism, where if you just compare player count activity between Dota, CS:GO, CS2 now, and Team Fortress 2, TF2's player counts flatlined within a year after it went free to play, and it never grew. It just stayed the same. Compared to those games where they just kind of consistently kept growing for an appreciable amount of time. Dota's been flatlined for about 5 or 6 years now, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But within the first decade of these games' lifespans, they absolutely just saw nothing but continuous growth, more or less. Whereas TF2 very quickly just stagnated. For reasons that I do go into in that video I made, but it's mostly because it's not very kind to new players. Player retention's always been a huge problem, so on and so forth.
Nice.
And just to give you a little bit more of existential dread, it's basically on the verge of being able to be considered a retro game, depending on how you would define it. We are not getting any younger, and neither is this game.
Anyway, so it was actually kind of incredible of Valve to throw us a little bone with VScript and its ability to allow map creators far greater control and customization of their maps. Hell, we've already seen recreations of classic game modes or novel ideas within the limitations of VScript, right? They might be a little compromised, sure, but the ability for stuff like this to exist at all without any third-party server plugins whatsoever would have blown my mind 10 years ago. Like handing a medieval serf the ability to AI generate a deepfake of whoever's god-grace-given leader they were enslaved to. Does that work? And anyway, I actually think we're only just scratching the surface of what this is capable of. The possibilities are boundless in comparison to the stagnant dredge of the 218th payload map. Have a seat. It's about to...
Don't you dare talk shit about fucking payload. I'll kill you.
I'm just saying there's a lot of
them. Oh boy, here we go. No, yeah, payload. Payload's very popular, but that's because of the matchmaking system.
That's because it's fucking good, Zesty. Okay?
It works well in TF2. But,
of course the game mode's great, but so is King of the Hill, and so are other game modes like Attack Defend. But
Zesty, it's the best game mode in the entire game.
I think Attack Defend is better.
Zesty, I don't even think it's particularly close. I think it's actually far and away the best. It is at the very least it is the greatest game mode in TF2. Best might be hard. It is certainly the game mode that has had the most impact, is the most unique to TF2. It is the TF2 game mode before any other game mode.
I know.
Don't talk shit about my homie, okay?
I'm not talking shit about it.
Me and Payload go way back, okay? I'll die for that.
I'm not talking shit about it. I acknowledge it's a great game mode.
I'll kill you.
Let me preface this whole section as well. because a lot of people got this misunderstood or like twisted in the comments. I'm not advocating for adding prop hunt to the game officially. That would suck ass because matchmaking sucks ass. There's no point in that. What I'm basically advocating for is giving community stuff like this, especially with the lower barrier of entry with it being on the workshop, a better discoverability, right? Something like a revamped server browser, a better server browser that looks better, something like the Fortnite server browser would work wonderfully in TF2 because it would make finding stuff like this that most people probably don't even know exists to begin with and thus would never even know that they might be interested in, a lot better chances of actually being seen and being played. Adding it to the game officially, that would suck ass. Unfortunately, that's the only avenue nowadays how something like this would work. But, you know, like that's
sure.
I feel like the problem was with like the way you worded it made it seem like you wanted it in the casual rotation.
No, like it would suck complete ass if that was the case.
Okay, thank you.
I end up conceding that. I end up conceding that by the end of it. The entire segment is basically just there's people raising all kinds of arguments against prop hunt being in the game to begin with, and I'm like, I mean, we could just like, discuss. Being added officially, yeah.
We could just discuss this and not like actually watch it.
You don't have to watch the whole section.
We could skip to the misconception section because I know this is the longest section of the video, and I believe it's basically just like you don't think that it should be put in the game officially. You should think it should be in something akin to like the Overwatch custom games browser where you can like look at like, oh, this person made this thing with the built-in engine that we have and the built-in tools and like, oh, that's cool.
Giving stuff like this like a chance to be seen has always been the biggest issue with me.
In its own like section, because that's like important, I think, because Zesty and I think myself, I'm not as strongly about this because this isn't as big of a deal for me, I think, but that's maybe because I grew up playing Roblox, so it doesn't seem as big of a deal to me. But it's like it is important to have the core game not be infected, so to speak, by these other alternative things that aren't the core game. And it would be weird to have people be like, oh, TF2, that game where you play prop hunt, and that would be a weird thing to have happen. I think that is mostly solved, though, by relegating them to their own section of the universe where they can't infect anything else.
No, and I mean, and that's what
segregated.
That's what we. The thing is, that's what we traditionally had with the server browser. I mean, and community servers always served that purpose, where if you wanted to go engage in these other derivative forms of the game, they were always there. And then, of course, when
you're going to say that. Sorry.
No, yeah, and then of course when Valve, pushed out casual matchmaking and removed any reason for anyone to open the server browser again, that basically signed their death sentence. Like that was it for them.
And for a time, the Quickplay had an option for you to select they had very basic but like presets basically.
Well, of course, I mean, yeah, they had 32-man servers, no random crits, instant respawn, that kind of thing. They're more of the popular tags and filters that community servers had,
and you could just have that for like things like prop.
No, yeah, if they had that, if they had those extra tools for the community server browser, I think that's fine. Like a button, like, hey, do you want to look for prop hunts or versus Saxton Hail or times 10 randomize? Like, if you want those things as like an additional advanced option menu tick box, I think that's fine. But keep it there. It beyond that. It's not good to officially incorporate these things into the vanilla game and within the vanilla map rotation, like on casual mode's list. As bloated as it is, but those things, like you should not sully and water down what the game is meant to be. And if people want to engage in these derivative forms, they've always had the freedom to do this, and I believe easier accessibility is a no-brainer. And a lot of that would just be brought back by reverting the game to how it functioned with Quickplay and giving players a reason to use the server browser again, in lieu of any kind of visual improvements or additional tick boxes that would already pump a lot more traffic into community server options.
It's really like prop hunt is basically like becoming a furry in real life. Like Zesty thinks people should be able to do that, and he thinks that there should be accessibility options for those people, even though he might not do it. But there should be like a section of life where people do that.
Yeah, and again, that's fine. And more visibility for community server game modes is totally fine.
And furries.
So long as they're contained in community servers and not official.
They shouldn't be like labeled as like definitive TF2 game.
Yeah.
No, yeah, exactly. Because because they're
argument.
not, right? They're not. They're not actual vanilla 12v12 no class limits Team Fortress 2. Like that. If your game mode is not that, it should not be in TF2.
Yeah.
Period.
The furries should not be claiming that everyone should be a furry or that all the people walking around without fursuits on are also furries. They just don't know it yet.
Like
people unironically like to label people as furries in denial. I've seen that.
Yeah, and Zesty saying that shouldn't
really
be the way it is. Sorry, yeah.
The ideal outcome really is like on top of the reversion for matchmaking to be more like Quickplay again, add in a layer on top of the server browsers. You can still have the legacy server browser. Sure, people will probably want to use it anyway because if you take out something old, people always lose their shit, right? Yep. But like have some sort of filter on top of it. I know people take issue with this, but I like the way Fortnite does it. It's nice and easy to see what you're actually looking at. You can filter pretty well. Something like akin to that system where you can just see what's available. You can filter for workshop maps or for custom game modes. You can find stuff much more easily. It's put before you with a little bit more ease. Because I mean,
no one's arguing against that.
Yeah,
I think that's
a lot
fine.
of the section came from also like tied in with the history of how I got into the game. If I was never exposed to all this custom stuff, I don't think I would have stuck with TF2 for as long. I don't think I would have played it for as much as I have or had as much fun with it necessarily. Right? I feel like it's marked a big experience of how I experienced the game, how I enjoyed it, especially back in the day when it was at least somewhat accessible to find that sort of stuff. And it's sad to me that nowadays there's so many people that don't even know this stuff exists if they can't give it a chance because they don't even know that they might enjoy it or something like that. It's never brought before them. They're never drawn to the attention. Putting it into casual would suck ass, but unfortunately it's the only way it works nowadays. There is like a middle ground. I also imagined, I didn't put this in the video obviously, but as this came to me afterwards, where I was like, if for whatever reason, say we insisted that the only way possible we could ever shine a light on a custom game mode, like prop hunt, like zombie fortress, whatever else it might be, having it be like a time-limited mode that exists for a few weeks, and then it goes away forever, and then people want to play it, they gotta go on a community server, but at least that way it gets some exposure. People know it exists in the first place, right? But it will never tarnish the game for like irreparably by being left in a section that somebody might accidentally click on, and then they queue to an empty server and it sucks ass.
It was like a Scream Fortress kind of thing.
Kind of like that. Or like, I hate to bring it up, but like the way gacha games do events. They have like all kinds of custom stuff they try out from time to time.
Gacha.
They have custom events that they try out all the time. They have like, like it runs like a week or two for a custom event, and then usually it almost never comes back. But for a little bit of existence, the devs experimenting with stuff, trying out something new, and people might find it interesting. I feel like that would be a great way of bringing eyes upon all this cool niche stuff in TF2 that I think deserves a lot more attention than it gets.
And you're hitting on something that frustrates me to no end, in that was the direction Valve was going with Quickplay leading up until 2016 with things like the advanced options menu, where they were incorporating other popular tags for people to search for things that weren't strictly vanilla TF2. And they could have just expanded upon that more and given players those more options, and that would have literally been perfect. That's all they needed to do. But then they, ripped all of that out of the game for no good reason. They were so close. They were like a millimeter away from doing exactly what you're saying and improving the playtime of so many other people and vastly increasing the exposure for these things, and they just didn't do it. It's so frustrating.
You had it all and you blew it.
But yeah, that's basically what the section is at the end of the day.
No, yeah, and I think and this is me, I know I beat the workshop drum all the fucking time, and I know people are really fucking tired of me beating the workshop drum, but the frustrating part about it for me is you have people where the primary motivation behind making these game modes is for the money and getting them in the game for a paycheck. And the quality of these game modes suffers all for it, and ultimately tarnishes the reputation that these once really fun game modes had. And so now a lot of people's views on these are soured because this already inferior version of the original prop hunt was squirted out onto the workshop in an objectively broken state when it was first released, mind you, because it was rushed out in time for the Smithmas update, and then it was rejected by Valve. And then when people did try it in community servers, the few that did decide to run it, it was miserable. It was a horrible experience. There was buggy. There was shit that was broken. The balancing was horrific. It was a nightmare. And that's just something that is consistently happening with these VScript game modes, where they're being rushed out in either a half-finished state or an improperly balanced state, and they're like watered-down versions of the original community game modes in order for them to be functional and compatible with casual mode. And no one wins. Like, the people that originally liked these game modes never win because it puts a sour taste in new players' mouths that could have tried them. It harms the sanctity of content that does get accepted into the game, because, like, in my opinion, a community version of the VScript version of Versus Stack Snail fucking blows compared to what community servers do. Jesus Christ. It genuinely sucks. Yeah. And, like, for me, I'm so glad that I think Valve learned their lesson with this, where they're not going to be adding hardcore VScript game modes anymore. Like, they'll still add maps that use VScript in simple capacities, but they're not going to add things that are, like, really far removed from the vanilla game anymore, simply because they're just now ignoring crazy VScript shit, I guess, outside of Scream Fortress, which is nice to see. Because, like, VIP was rejected. It's not coming in the summer update. I know the maps that are getting in. So, yeah.
He knows the maps that are getting in.
Yeah. So two really good ones, 6 not so good ones.
Damn. 6? Are you serious?
We're getting 8 maps for summer. Yeah.
No, I'm like saying 6 bad ones. Really?
You'll see.
Maps have been usually pretty bad, with like 1 or 2 decent ones.
I don't know. The fucking summer update 2023 to 4 or 2024 was good.
It was a mixed bag.
Yeah, but it was more than 2 good maps. It was like 4. There were like 4 that
this time it's there are a couple of very questionable choices that we're getting, and then a couple of really good ones, and the rest are just mediocre.
Okay, that's a little bit closer to what I expected. When you said like good and bad, I was expecting like bad, like really bad.
Well, I mean, it's bad that we're getting this many maps at all, but that's another issue for another day.
We had 1, 2, 3, 4 places.
Is that anything you guys have want to say anything else about Prop Hunt, or can I move us along?
Yeah, I think Prop Hunt just became like the scapegoat, the vessel for this, right? It just was caught in the crossfire for it, basically.
Yeah, and I think people were rightfully upset with this very focused attempt to get this placed into the game for the sole purpose of getting a paycheck. That really did piss off a lot of people, because the intentions were very clear. The way that these maps were released, it wasn't just one, and then people were like, "Oh, look, they did Prop Hunt." It was a very coordinated effort to release 6 maps at the exact same time, around when Valve typically picks maps. And it's like, oh, we see your angle here. And then also, of course, the state it was released in, right? It didn't come off as a genuine effort to make something that people would actually enjoy, and recreating the experience that so many people remember. It came off as a cash grab. From my point of view, anyway.
From a certain point of view.
So we're good to move on to misunderstandings then?
Go right ahead.
Yes, let's indulge.
All right.
Discourse observed over the past couple of years is far easier to pull off in the scope of this video. So let's talk about some misunderstandings. Between the few responses I bothered to gather and general discourse I've encountered, I think it's also apt to mention something that's bugged me for a little while, because I think it illustrates this disconnect in the way people approach the game kind of well. A poignant example, in my opinion, is the broader community's view of competitive TF2 and the just fathomless amount of misconceptions that exist surrounding it.
Please do note that I'm not actually trying to single out any one specific take or opinion here, because there's probably always somebody drumming up something. These are just observations that I've made over years and years, and I see talked about in circles that I happen to frequent, so I don't even know if these are all from the same source or even common takes or just a vocal minority, which is far more likely. Because realistically, the average TF2 player doesn't even give a shit about this whole issue to begin with. They're completely agnostic with regards to this, right? The ones that do seem to harbor some sort of...
Agnostic?
Agnostic,
indifferent.
Indifferent.
Yeah, they're removed, indifferent.
Is that really... You can use the word that way?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never heard the word agnostic used in a non-religious context, so I was like...
I mean...
That was crazy.
Yeah, you can absolutely use it in a non-religious context.
Oh, okay. I will begin doing that. Thank you.
Innate hatred around competitive TF2 seem to have their minds made up around a lot of misconceptions, though. Now, I've already mentioned how nobody but Valve is responsible for the travesty that is competitive matchmaking. Now, did them trying to cater to a more competitive audience lead them to misplace their efforts? Maybe, but...
It's not a maybe, it is a yes. They were absolutely trying to gear
okay, because I was gonna judge. I was genuinely curious. So if you tell a company and you're like, they come to you for feedback, and then you're like, here's my feedback, and then they just fuck your feedback up, I guess, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm genuinely trying to work it out, because my instinct was to say, like, and they're probably on some level somewhat not responsible, but they had a role. I don't know how to explain it. I guess. Well, responsible is harsh.
They're like, obviously, to say competitive players are 100% responsible for what Valve does at the end of the day, that's just not true, right?
Yeah.
But there is a non-zero amount of influence that Valve had over the direction they took TF2.
Like, you mean competitive players, not Valve.
Sorry, competitive players, yeah, sorry. Like, for example, Valve would have never pursued doing a competitive update if they didn't constantly have this contingent of players screaming in their ear for official support of 6v6.
Yeah.
Or competitive TF2 in general. Like, they would have just never pursued that if these guys weren't there.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going as well, which is like, a non-zero amount of influence would be, I think, the best way to put it. It's a nitpick. I'm not saying you're like what you said in the video is wrong, but I think it's more me thinking about the spirit of what you said rather than like what you actually said. Just kind of lame, but I felt it was worth mentioning.
That's fine. Them also ignoring any and all feedback that would have made it better didn't help the cause either. The problem is that it just pains me to see the competitive community scapegoated for something that they had literally zero fault in by people who have never once even played a match or a season or felt it.
Have you seen people who say that it's entirely the competitive community's fault?
Yes, deadass. I have seen takes like that.
That's crazy.
Most of the time when I see them, they pop up either pop up on my Twitter or they get reposted on TFTV, which I like frequent most. I think that's where I get most of my TF2 interaction from, because comp is like all I really do with TF2 nowadays, casting and going to LANs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So TFTV is where I get like most of my interactions. Now people reposting it there, it goes to like hearsay, fucking playing telephone, right? It's probably skewed like 5 different ways before it actually reaches its destination. But I do individually sometimes see takes like that where people are like, the whole reason TF2 at all is terrible now is because all comp players wanted to make it competitive and ruined it that way. Like that's misrepresenting it a little bit,
No, that's true. Yeah, they didn't.
Entirely untrue. Yeah.
But I also think just to briefly add, people that 100% blame the competitive scene for the complete state that TF2 is in and the results of Meet Your Match. I believe that that unnuanced, really hardcore extreme opinion is not reflective of the majority. I think that's a very small group, because it's by no means common. Yeah, it's by no means common.
At the start, it's
I'm just
vocal minorities.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to reinforce that, because that's not something that I do see it sometimes, but it's not common. And oftentimes when people say that, they do get shut down by more fair arguments.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Yeah. No, wait. I also had something I wanted to say. I got distracted. My girlfriend asked me something. Also, I think that I also think that a lot of people parrot. A lot of people want to make Zesty look bad, and Zesty is often cited as believing that it's comp players' fault for some reason, despite him never saying that. And I wonder how much of people saying that it's all comp players' fault are people parroting what Zesty has said badly on purpose. I'm not saying,
or like wanting it to seem that way.
Yeah, and because that's something that happens often, where like Zesty will say something, then someone will take the like worst interpretation, something that he didn't even say, and then say, "Wow, can you believe someone said this?" And then they'll say that to all their friends, and then all their friends think that this is an opinion a lot of people have, because they'll be like, "A YouTuber with this many subscribers said this thing," and it's like I feel like that
telephoned.
I feel like this happens a lot.
So,
Lost in translation.
I know, and this is just from my experience, and this is only my viewpoint on this. When I put out that awful video, and I acknowledge it's awful, but I still stand by most of what I said. I just said it very poorly about the future is casual, that terrible video I made. A lot of people misconstrued that as me putting all of the blame on competitive players and none on Valve. And larger figures in the TF2 sphere, you may know them, took that and did exactly what you said, Lucid, where they warped that into me strictly blaming competitive players. Mm-hmm. And then you had people believing them that I said this, and therefore other people are saying it. And then, of course, it got telephoned by through a whole bunch of people. And now it's believed that this is a wider opinion that a lot of people hold, when no one was really saying this in the first place.
Yeah. And it tends to happen in spaces related to things Zesty says, because Zesty is the person who is most discussed in terms of quote-unquote discourse regarding the game. So, just logically, people will fuck up the things he says more often than, like, any other creator. Whereas, like, you'll never hear anyone be like, oh, Uncle Dane said this thing, and then it's, like, completely wrong. Except for, like, saying Uncle Dane fucked up Meet Your Match, because that doesn't get said. It doesn't get said as often nowadays, but it did get said a lot.
Uncle Dane did sway the Pyro versus Heavy vote 100%. That was entirely his fault.
No, but in the same way that Dream swayed the fucking Minecraft mob vote, it's like you have a big platform and you say, I think we should do this.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, he
didn't do anything behind the scenes, which is the important part. Sorry, yes. Yeah.
It's interesting because, like, I've not interacted with any of you before, right? Even Zesty. I've always heard, oh, he's the boogeyman. He's always got the contrarian opinion, and he's always got hot takes just because he's got a loud voice and he, wants his voice out there and stuff like that. And I just don't know, like, why people never see the nuance in any of this. I mean, it's because we're on the internet, right? If you have an opinion on the internet, you are 100% staunch in position of that. There's no nuance. And if somebody has a different opposite opinion, you're now enemies. That's how it always goes, right? And I find this interesting because, like, having now talked, especially to Zesty, like, I don't see, like, where these people are necessarily all coming from, right? Like, this is my first impression that I'm getting now. So
Cerny, you would be shocked to know. I'll tell you some things off. We'll tell you some things off call, I'm sure.
Sure,
but then we have there are like stories of like the boogeyman effect, we'll say, just like causing people to act very strangely. It's a really weird thing. I don't really get it. I don't get people's aversion to interacting with, like, any of us or Zesty or anything like that. It's very strange to me. Also, I'm sure Zesty is just itching to respond to the super chat, so I'll let him do that.
Huh?
Someone.
Here, I see it now. Sorry.
Yeah.
Valve should. When you say Valve should have never listened to competitive players, there is the implication of it's their fault and they were evilly whispering to Valve. The thing is, like, that was never explicitly said, right? Like, and of course, the way I worded it, when you word it like that, then of course some people can misconstrue it as such. But, like, I never said that it's their fault and they were whispering in Valve's ear and they were demanding them take the game in one direction or another. But that statement is just true. They should have never listened to competitive players because that would have been a mistake no matter the result.
Well, no, because there's a difference between... Because here's the difference, right? There's a difference between competitive player goes to, fucking Jill, and it's like, okay, hey, I think you should fuck up matchmaking for everyone. That would be really funny. And then Jill's like, okay, and then does it. There's a difference between that and, like, Jill going to the comp player, and then it's like, okay, so what should we do? What should we do with the game? And the comp player lists, like, 10 things. Jill does one of them really badly, and it fucks things up for everyone. It is true that Jill listening to the comp player and attempting to do whatever was done did fuck things up. And if he hadn't, then it wouldn't have fucked things up by nature of him not doing anything. So the statement Valve should have never listened to comp players is true. However, the impetus is still on Valve for fucking it up in the first place. And also, as has been made very clear by both the statements I've made and also Zesty's entire video, it's the matter of, it was an impossible task from the jump to make a competitive mode that works with TF2 by the nature of, like, how competitive TF2 is run, because of how many conflicting modes, settings, options, communications between teams, the format, all sorts of things had to go into making the ideal competitive mode. It was just never going to happen. So when people say Valve should never listen to comp players, I think that is not The point is not to say comp players did all the bad things. The point is to say, if Valve hadn't, it's more to say Valve should never have tried comp. That's the I think that's a more direct version of that's a better way to say what that sentence is trying to say. That's my opinion.
And I think it should be clear, like far more clear now more than ever, that you're insane if you 100% blame competitive players and not Valve. Like that's just, there's no arguing against that, period. And that should be very clear in my stance as well.
I think it would probably be ridiculous to say that competitive players are responsible for even 5% of Meet Your Match.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, because they didn't ask for any of the specifics.
Yeah. It was, and Valve, from what I understand, Valve came to them. Comp players weren't like storming Valve's door and like going on strike.
Well, no, they were reaching out. No, they were reaching out. Okay, they were the ones that reached out first.
Okay, then my fault. Then I'll retract that. But yeah, you can strike that from the.
But then that's like the 5% that I touch on, where like they absolutely had a non-zero amount of non-0% amount of influence on Valve's direction.
Some amount of influence, yes. Although
because again, if they didn't,
I think we'd both agree that that Valve was going to do go the competitive direction regardless of if they reached out or not.
I don't know. I really don't know. Of course, we can't say. Yeah. We honestly have no idea. But I don't. Well, I think it would have been a far lower chance if they didn't have people in their ear.
No, but
the comparison with Overwatch coming out probably gave them like a bit more of an impetus. They were like, oh, so you can actually make a class-based game competitive somehow. Yes. It probably gave them like a reason. They were like, oh, okay, so it is feasible. It is possible. We could try it with TF2, and then that like it's like one small reason that maybe compounds on the other ones as well.
Zesty,
that is true.
Zesty, you'd have to concede that it wouldn't be that much lower because there's an entire section in your fucking video about why it was going to happen. Essentially, it was going to happen regardless because of CS:GO, the success of CS:GO, and then Dota. And
yeah, of course, I agree, but I still think the chances would have been lower if the demand was not there, because Valve knew their game. They knew the game they had made until all those people left. And I still think the chances would have been far lower if one, a competitive scene didn't exist within TF2, and it did, and then two,
but that's hard.
A contingent of that competitive scene was in Valve's ear, asking them for official support and what have you. I think that was a big driver, not the main one, but it was a big driver for the direction. And then, of course, the Overwatch factor is a big one, and the success of their other games is another factor. So why not do that for TF2 as well? But it's like all of those things needed to come together to create that perfect storm. Like one missing element over another would have resulted in a completely different outcome, in my opinion.
I agree, but one, the comp scene existing is hardly, like, it literally is comp players' fault, but that's not a bad thing. Like, it'd be kind of ridiculous to say, oh, it's comp players' fault because the comp scene exists, right?
I'm not assigning fault simply because it exists, but that's because Valve could see it and go like, oh, there could be a demand for this.
Yeah, but what were they supposed to hide it?
Huh? No, I'm not saying they needed to hide it.
When you say fault, do you mean like, does it matter? I don't.
There's no fault on competitive players for playing their own formats. I'm not saying that.
Because I'm trying to parse like how much of it is people, because I don't know. I feel like it's weird to be like, well, the competitive scene existed, and if it didn't exist, there wouldn't be a comp like a Meet Your Match, and I feel like that could be.
There probably wouldn't, because if there wasn't a demand for there was no demand for any kind of competitive play, the chances would be astronomically lower.
I entirely agree, but I don't think it's fair to take that and then say, well, that means it's on some level comp players' fault. I think that's.
I'm not.
Okay, cool. I was making sure because I couldn't tell.
No, I'm not saying that. No.
Okay,
this
cool.
is entirely from the lens of Valve, like what Valve is looking at, not what competitive players are doing. Right? That like what competitive players did in that regard of making their own formats is completely independent of Valve's action. Mm-hmm. Right? It's action reaction thing, not competitive players' fault. I'm not making that argument here. I'm just saying, like, without the spark, there wouldn't be a fire.
Sure. I'm yes. I just wanted to like play devil's advocate and also make it sure what you said was clear, because I was having trouble following. So
no, yeah, I initially worded it poorly.
Yeah, I also wanted to make sure
to reiterate.
I also want to make sure the person who super chatted didn't feel like their fucking thing wasn't addressed adequately.
I have to piss again. I'm sorry. I drank too much coffee.
Fucking.
I'm so sorry. Give me like 2 seconds.
Honestly, same. I'm gonna be right back as well.
What a fucking these fucking losers. Alan, what do you think?
I agree, man. Who does that? Who goes to the bathroom?
So
bring it on back.
It sounds like someone who's gone to the bathroom
styles.
during this stream.
I wouldn't do that.
What
I
would?
just said the opposite of that.
How are you feeling, Alan? Are you doing all right? What'd you do today?
I'm fine. I'm all right.
What'd you do today?
I'm not sharing that. I'm not going to divulge that information.
Okay, so do you think
on a need-to-know basis.
Do you think that the analogy about furries being like community servers and prop hunt was apt? Do you think that was a good analogy?
Yeah. No. What?
Were you cognizant?
No, I was here. I just completely.
Yeah, so I was saying so Zesty wants prop hunt to be like furries, basically. Where there's a segment of the world where like people do that, and he might not do that, but they should have like the accessibility necessary to do that, and those people should be able to do it.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, and that's like it's like prop hunt and TF2, where like there should be, but people, it shouldn't be conflated like that's what people do. It's like everyone's a furry. That shouldn't be the conflation. But like we should still acknowledge that furries exist, right?
Yeah. Prop hunt exists currently. I don't see how this is.
So
I'm sorry.
So we're talking about like prop hunt is like furries because Zesty thinks that they should be acknowledged in TF2. Like prop hunt should be acknowledged in TF2, but it shouldn't be like the main thing. Like it should be like it should be isolated to like a part of TF2. It's like furries.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
Like
I don't know.
Like FurCon shouldn't be the world. The FurCon shouldn't be the world.
I agree.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same. Like we shouldn't have FurCon everywhere.
Lucid, I am beginning to appreciate the argument of spending 240 days in a bathroom.
Yeah. Because you had to go to the bathroom. That was like your curse.
I keep pissing. I keep pissing. I would have never had to have pissed again if I spent those 240 days in the bathroom.
Chat seems to be confused by my furry analogy, but really it makes the most sense.
I'm confused.
Alan, do you like cashews or pistachios more?
Pistachios suck, dude.
Cashew.
Real talk?
I just had cashews earlier today, so I'm biased.
I like cashews.
In the correct direction.
Also, Windows XP or Windows 7 for Alan specifically.
Depends.
Depends on what.
I guess
like, yeah,
in which it doesn't really depend. Depends on what you want to do with it. XP has like a better aesthetic, I think, but maybe I'm just nostalgic for it. So
I think Windows Vista.
They're both shit today, though.
Windows Vista's
Vista, no.
I actually really like Windows Vista's aesthetic. It just runs badly.
The arrow design is okay, but you weren't there. You didn't use it.
Yes, I did. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. You would not be saying Vista good if you used it.
I'm not seriously saying. The reason why I know Vista is shit is because my mom, when she went back to college, she bought a laptop and it had Windows Vista on it, and she constantly complained about how bad it was and how she wished she could go back to Windows 7. So that's how I know it's bad, because I've seen it firsthand.
There you go.
Bobby in chat said, "Forgive me, Lucid, but I find myself confused about your quote-unquote FurCon analogy. I would really appreciate if you could elaborate further about what you are referring to."
Me too, man.
I'm going to a furry convention this year, and it's going to be great.
Is it in Japan?
He's not beating the allegations, huh?
Is it in Japan?
Listen.
I hope.
Listen, just because I eat salad, that doesn't make me a vegetarian, okay?
Can we go to a FurCon convention in Japan together, Zesty?
Is there a large furry population in Japan?
Depends on what you define as furry, I think. Not like in the American sense where they have like the big heads.
Large.
Because I know my one of my good friends is a furry, hardcore, and is in a very hardcore furry group, and they go hard.
There's a lot of like animal humanoid cosplay in America, in Japan, like the cat girls and the other ones.
Oh, cat girls don't count. Come on.
Okay, so then if cat girls don't count as furries, then no.
It's a spectrum, you know.
Real nuance is getting into here.
There's a furry spectrum. It's not a binary on or off. It's a...
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's the scales.
Wait, Zesty, I have a question, and I want you to answer this just like yes or no, and I don't want you to elaborate. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you think an action can be more gay than another action? Or
do I think an action can be more gay than another action?
I'm not done. I'm not done. Or do you think an action is either gay or not gay?
So do you think it's binary or there's a scale?
Yeah.
I think the more accurate answer is that there's a scale.
Okay. That's all. Anyway,
like, I mean, because there are some things that are just gay, and then there are some things that are kind of, you know, a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Interface with somebody who has. A far greater issue, though, in my opinion at least, is the seemingly insurmountable rift between the player bases. The average competitive game has so little in common with a 12v12 pub, it may as well be a completely different game altogether.
Thank you for acknowledging that, by the way.
To share some common mechanics.
Thank you for acknowledging that, by the way, because this is something that's been very frustrating for me in recent months, where people like SolarLight and other people that are kind of trying to have this revisionist history about the game is that they just refuse to acknowledge that within a year of the game being launched, competitive formats were birthed by nature of smaller team sizes and class limits, which by nature completely redefines game balance and behavior and basically creates a different game. And like they just refuse to acknowledge that, and they try to make it seem as if though competitive formats and vanilla TF2 are equal. Like these things can be equated and they're at the same table when they're simply not. Like that, I'm thank you for just saying that out loud. Yes.
Weapon bans, specific maps that are played, rollouts.
What happened?
Oh my gosh, llama drama. This is my favorite one. Chat, the llama drama. No, this is this is the worst part. Hold on, we gotta go to the middle part.
Hammy.
Oh, run over. No way.
So loud.
Oh, he got hit by the juice box.
So loud.
Copyright?
It is so loud.
This would never be copyrighted. I don't know what you're talking about. Does anyone know where we were?
37 something?
Probably like around here,
yeah.
Back,
no, that's too far.
No, that's way too far.
You should. I don't know, man. I don't know my own video.
We're at 37 minutes.
Wow, I got it. I got it. Don't touch it. Just don't touch
people
it.
who have never seem to have their minds
there. Go back.
a lot of misconceptions, though. Now, I've already mentioned how nobody but Valve is responsible for the travesty that is competitive matchmaking. Game in the name of competition and fairness. So obviously it seems alien to you if you enjoy playing Engineer or Pyro exclusively. Although, there's a game mode for you too. But here's the thing. None of the weird or seemingly arbitrary limitations that competitive imposes upon you are randomly chosen. This dreaded meta exists for a reason, and all these rule sets...
Who the fuck... Who thinks that
This is crazy. Yeah,
who thinks that it's like...
I also thought...
who the fuck? What? Why would someone see the competitive format and just be like, "Wow, they chose this like randomly. They just thought this would be funny."
There was an instance a few months ago before I made this video.
No way.
Before I wrote that part, where there was a guy on the TFTV forums, deadass arguing, "Oh, we should revamp the entire 66 meta because all like the format you guys play and the meta and the classes is all arbitrary. How did you guys even come up with this?
What?
There was like no process.
What the fuck?
That was
arbitrary.
insane. It was an insane single person take. I think he was honestly a masterful rage baiter.
He was a master
I'm still
baiter.
convinced because like he kept that act up throughout the entire thread. There were pages of responses by like actual people that like know what they're talking about. And he was like, "Nah, dude, you're wrong."
And
so he was probably
also,
rage baiting like really hard,
well, also,
but it was really funny.
Just because it's arbitrary doesn't mean it's bad. Are you guys aware of the story of how the 3-point line was added to basketball? They were just like the guys who made basketball watched people play basketball. And then, like, 10 years after they made it, they were like, we should add a line that makes it worth a point. And then they just put it somewhere. And that's where it's been. They changed it once in the 90s, and all of a sudden the 3 points, like, skyrocketed because they made it too easy. And they just put it back there. And it's been the same ever since. They were just like, it's fucking 30 feet out. Fuck it.
Oh, there you go.
That's it.
There was also a rule, if I remember, where they introduced the shot clock because there would be teams that would stall because of a player that was really, really tall.
Oh yeah, yes,
something along those lines.
Yeah, well, that's like an instance of it not being arbitrary and it being good. That's just cause and effect. Good old cause and effect, baby.
Yeah, something that writers don't know.
Over the course of over 17 years, as people try to
fucking writing shade. That's funny.
Figure out how to make playing the game competitively work. It's a consensus arrived at by thousands of people over nearly 2 decades, and it's still ever changing. There's constant discussions being had about which weapons to ban or unban, which maps to cycle in and out of map pools, etc. A lot of the stagnant feel that competitive may have is simply driven by this flowchart that starts with 6v6 being the most convenient starting point. It's enough players to still make teamwork matter, but not too many to make organizing one hell of a fucking task. Because if you've ever played Highlander, you know how it's like. Trying to get 18 people to join the same server for an organized match is nearly impossible. It's already
sucks.
hard enough to get 12 people sometimes. This player count.
But thing is, then some people try to use that argument in favor of saying TF2 was meant to be an esport. And the only reason why it didn't become an esport with 12v12 no class limits is because, 24 people is too many people to organize into a competitive game.
Why?
That's the angle that Solarlight took in his video.
I need to understand how people.
Kaluka.
I need to fucking ask. I need to DM Solarlight and just ask him like, hey.
Thing is,
I need you to. I need you to explain to me how the fuck. How can there be? How was TF2 always a competitive game? If when the game never had a competitive mode and when they added it, it turned out badly. Explain.
So I know people say it's only Solarlight doing it, but that's the problem. So you have this massive platform.
I was gonna say it's fucking only one of the biggest creators in
only one of the biggest YouTubers presenting this insane revisionist history around the game, as if though it could be fact, which is very alarming, not good. And thankfully, most people can view that as it is as nonsense. But and of course, it's it's hypocritical, you have to be responsible with your platform, yada yada. But it's just wrong. It is just not true.
Would you say
and that's what bugs me about
irresponsibly
even
created?
Yeah, it was an irresponsibly created video. Sorry.
Having watched that part of the video, Solar's my bud. I've known him for years. It was great. It was a good video for the most part. But that ending part, I do have to as well agree. It's a bit strange. It's a strange conclusion to come to. Okay, they tried an 8v8 playtest in the beta, and then also clearly the game was originally intended to be 8v8. But yeah, then why didn't they go with it? Even if it was originally intended, the game didn't release that way. So even if just our hypotheticals, we say, okay, the game was originally intended during its beta and during its development to be more competitive, then why didn't they release it that way? Clearly, their priorities shifted at some point, right? Clearly, the game wasn't intended to be competitive by the time it released in 2007.
Well, it's also what? Yeah, if you're gonna be well, it was intended to be this way. It's but it isn't. Mother 3 was intended to be on the N64, but it released on the GBA. That doesn't mean it's an N64 game. That doesn't mean my GBA suddenly runs N64 games just because it was intended to be that way initially. I think that I'm upset.
It bothers me too.
It's such a strange line of and also to get to that point, I just picture him imagine the there's the sleeping bear, and the sleeping bear is all of the dev commentaries and interviews where the fucking Moby Frank and Robin Walker and all these people talk about how the game was meant to be played for fun, and that's the sleeping bear. And it's just the fucking Solarlight just stepping around all these sticks that could wake the bear up at any moment during this video. And it's why? Well, how do you ignore all of this stuff that you must have come across while researching? There's no way you didn't do it. There's no way you didn't see all of this. It's everywhere. You have to you have to miss so much stuff to come to the conclusion that it was made to be competitive. It's such a strange thing. It's weird. You
have to engage in a wild stretch to even begin making that argument.
Not to mention imagine how fucked up it would be if you intended a game to be played competitively and then 95% of the fucking player base is nah, dude, this game's fucking funny. and then they play it with like the dumbest rules, and, like in the dumbest way possible, and they yell and they laugh when the fucking funny character says the pootis line, and like that's
why would they add hats?
Funny.
Well, yeah.
Like, competitive game. Well, let's add like fucking funny hats to it.
Why would they add?
Make
why would they add
Halloween?
Why
add
add
Halloween
taunts?
event where you turn into a ghost?
Why add taunts? Why add why add incredibly
Skins
unbalanced
and
weapons? Why add why do anything?
It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird.
Such a
line of
strange
reasoning,
fucking thing.
Why aren't they all just gray boxes?
It just doesn't make. I just don't get it. Like I just don't understand why would you go to that conclusion? What drew you to try and even assess whether or not this insane thing is true? It'd be like if I was like, I need to find a way to prove that Mario was actually a shooter the whole time. Like I just and I talk about like
okay, but what if they gave Mario an AK-47?
No, but then I'm like,
have you ever thought about
then
that?
I'm like, have you considered that the first power up in the entire game is a fire flower and it shoots a projectile? And then I talk about, and then at some point in the video, I talk about how Splatoon was originally a Mario game where Yoshi's, like they made a bunch of like paint everywhere, and then you're like, oh shit, that's a game's a shooter, and that used to be a Mario game. Oh fuck, maybe it was a shooter the whole time. And you're like, what about the fact that it's not a shooter? And then I'm like, shush.
Oh Lord!
Shut up. I play it like a shooter.
Content drives which game modes and maps can reasonably be played. If they're too large, there just isn't enough meat to go around.
Seeing the MVM UI activate in a place that isn't MVM just activated my fight or flight.
This game mode fucking rules, though. This game mode actually rules.
I've never played it.
Isn't it? It's insane how broken it was.
It's just normal maps, but everybody gets MVM upgrades. It rules.
Oh, you're right, chat. Mario.
It's fun, but it's so broken.
Mario does have a gun in Mario and Rabbids. Thank you for adding. I have so much evidence now. Thank you.
Dude, just a brief aside about MVM on vanilla, or like MVM upgrades of vanilla maps. The most busted thing you can do is max out the shortstop. Holy fuck, it's broken.
Yes.
It is so fun doing that.
Especially on offense.
Yes, it's so wrong. Oh god. Anyway.
No.
Convenient starting point. It's enough players to still make teamwork matter, but not too many to make organizing one hell of a fucking task. Because if you've ever played Highlander, you know how it's like. Trying to get 18 people to join the same server for an organized match is nearly impossible. It's already hard enough to get 12 people sometimes.
This player count then drives which game modes and maps can reasonably be played. If they're too large, there just isn't enough meat to go around to cover all the ground. And if the objectives are too out of the way, then somebody on the attacking team just doesn't get to play for an entire round, like say payload, which isn't particularly fun. Alternatively, if they're too easy to defend, you can fall into the joy of fun stalemates, where nothing really happens at all. Both riveting to play and watch. And then this choice of game modes drives which classes work best, leading to the specialist and generalist split that we see currently, where some classes are simply always good because of the good package of speed and damage they have, while others are more situational, depending on the circumstances and the map to work, and usually not worth running full time unless you want to put yourself at a disadvantage. When it comes to banning unlocks, there's usually pretty sound reasoning behind most of them when it comes to the general flow of the game. When something is either so powerful that it overshadows every other option, or when your opponent runs it and you have to run it too.
I feel like this old video by Woolen gets brought up all the time in discussions like these, and it's decently outdated by now, but he still does a magnificent job explaining why certain weapons are banned, and it's probably...
It is pretty insane how that video is still evergreen and still accurate to this day.
The whitelists haven't changed significantly.
Yeah.
They haven't changed much.
That's crazy.
I think it's mostly unbans since then.
Mostly weapons getting unbanned for sure.
Mm-hmm. Nothing ever happens.
I think that Payload is the greatest game mode in the history of the shooter genre.
It's probably quite insightful for somebody who just has no idea.
Okay.
I can tell you.
I just need to get that off because I just realized that that's an opinion I hold, and I just needed to say it.
it is the way it is. Let's switch gears though, because I'm getting way too sidetracked talking about why comp is the way it is. It addresses some of the main criticisms that get levied against it, but there's more stuff I want to talk about. Because I think a lot of the hateful sentiment also stems from this distaste in modern day gaming for tryhards due to the rise of esports. If you're just trying to casually have some fun without trying your very best every single match, but are forced to because of skill-based matchmaking even when you're not trying to be competitive, yeah, that'll sour your mood for sure.
It's also that like most modern shooters don't really actually make a delineation between casual and competitive. Competitive is just the one where your rank exists, and casual
you get to see the rank.
And casual is just like that, but you don't see the rank. And like there's no other, like that's why that's actually a point toward TF2 having a good competitive mode, hypothetically, in a universe where that would happen, is because no matter what format you go, well, I assume no matter what reasonable format you choose, it'll probably be lower team sizes, which is a very, very massive delineation between, you know, competitive and casual, which is very cool, and that would be very good. It's just a shame that more games don't have like those massive rule changes, in the same way that like Smash with items is completely different than Smash without items. Yeah.
TF2 doesn't even have skill-based match.
Like I wish that like, I don't know, something like that, like characters having ults that like a secondary ult in casual mode that's like way more overtuned and crazy. Stuff like that would just be more common. I wish that were a thing.
So and Cerny, it's funny you mentioned like how like skill-based matchmaking doesn't really exist in TF2. It's there, but it doesn't work, right? It sucks. It never worked since day one, and it's amazing that they just left it there.
Cerny, what do you think about the Meet Your Match badge? Do you like clicking it?
Yeah, I think it's cool that it very subtly changes color if you've played enough. I think that matters a lot.
Do you say
I think that
sarcasm? Okay,
we have a stim badge fan.
For a second, I thought you were being entirely serious.
What's the most flips you guys have ever had in a row?
I think
if only I knew.
Is it like an 8% chance or something?
Okay, so what's funny is like I like how someone probably figured out the exact statistical probability of getting a flip.
I mean,
someone's done that.
Source code, you can probably just look at it nowadays.
True. I mean, it's probably all in the SDK. Like it's going to be there somewhere.
Unboxing.
I think I've had 3 before. I think I've had 3 before at some point, maybe 4. I don't remember.
Probably 3. For me. Would you be happy if the badge? I'm honestly going to vote no for that because I just don't think it needs to be removed.
You got to do something while you're waiting on the menu.
I know, right?
You gotta do something. Gosh, I hate being alone with my thoughts. Let me tell you, I need to do something at all times. I can't think.
Playing in the background.
I hate thinking.
I watched part of a very not a very interesting video, but like a ranty video about how so many games are intentionally placing. At least he makes it seem as though developers are doing this. Probably not intentional, just because of matchmaking systems suck. Where you have shitloads of downtime in between your play sessions, so you can intentionally fill that time doing other things in the game, like spending money, or say watching competitive matches of that game during your downtime, or YouTube videos, or looking at your phone. Like it's like someone painted this as a more sinister act. I forget the name of the video. They kind of painted it as a more sinister act to have this downtime, as if there were like an intentional feature to get people to engage with other media or other things related to the game that they're playing.
This is an interesting angle.
Richter, the video is video's not great, but Cerny's here to clarify the things he said, and that's pretty.
We're having
cool.
Good conversations. We're having fun conversations.
Yeah. The video is ass, but you know.
Well, damn.
I think my opinions are all right.
Richter, you're welcome to join call. You haven't been here in a while, and I'm sad about it. Actually, you were here last time. Actually, that's entirely a lie. I just lied.
He was there on the 24/7.
I lied to 210 people just now. That was crazy.
You're uninvited, Richter. We don't want you here anyway.
I will let him join anyways because I like Richter. I like his thoughts on things.
Not Grifter overtime.
I love Richter's thoughts.
Call him Grifter overtime.
Grifter rhymes with grog.
I love.
So is he coming in or what?
I'm hitting the button.
By somebody who has three times your playtime and done some basic competitive gameplay, that will sour your opinion on them for sure.
I know what it's like as well. For instance, I used to love playing GeoGuessr back in the day, just guessing on...
At first, I thought the map was relevant to whatever point you were about to make, like where the map is, and I was about, like, really, like, freaked out. I was like, what is he gonna say? What's about to happen?
It's an old-ass VOD.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. What
would have been funny, though.
I know what it's like as well. For instance, I used to love playing GeoGuessr back in the day, just guessing on merit alone and seeing how much of a score you can get off of that. And then that Rainbow guy shows up, blessed be his soul, and suddenly everybody's a metagamer that can tell you exactly which road in Africa you're on by looking at the car's mirrors and compression artifacts from the camera. Nothing is sacred anymore.
Look, what I'm trying to get at is that simply not liking competitive is completely...
I don't know if you... Do you... Because I think we're all of the opinion that TF2 is also designed in a way to where, in most cases, not all cases, but in most cases, players will never get to the point to where they can just invalidate everyone else in front of them.
Yes.
At least when playing solo, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
because it's a team game at the end of the day.
The only exception really is Sniper, because Sniper is the only class that doesn't have limiting factors on, like... or not significant limiting factors on how effective he can be. I was talking to Technicals earlier today, actually, about Black Widow and Rivals. Black Widow is like easily the worst character in that game, and it's, I think, largely because they have a sniper character, because, like, you know, you have to have a sniper character, but they don't want her to be broken. So what they've done is they've made her, like, basically complete ass. Because you can only really be the only way you can affect your team at all is if you're an absolute god at sniping, because they're trying to accommodate because if they make the character accessible to new players, then when they become a god at sniping, they'll be too good. So now the character's only playable if you're insanely good at sniping, from what I understand, which is pretty funny. Snipers are a weird class in FPSs. They do weird things. That was a weird laugh.
Fine, if you have genuine reasons to. It obviously is not perfect and has its fair share of compromises and drawbacks to it. The perfect PvP game cannot exist. Someone always has to win and someone has to lose, and, well, usually losing isn't all that fun, but you can at least make it less bullshit or annoying, right? It may seem boring to some, and if you don't jive with the limitations or don't want to try your hardest, that's completely valid. Or maybe you just haven't found a good way into it yet because of the barrier of entry, which is also something the competitive community is keenly aware of. They've already tried making competitive as accessible as possible, but at the end of the day, nobody really wants to compromise their own fun or enjoyment just to appeal to some potential new player who probably doesn't care anyway. But if your reason for hating competitive is that you got pub stomped by a Prem player once, then I'm sorry, I've seen takes like that. You gotta grow up a little bit, man.
Seriously?
There's a non-zero amount of them out there, but I don't think that represents the majority.
I don't think I've ever been, like, mad at someone for beating me in a TF2 match. I might be in the minority here, though, because I know Zesty's notoriously yelled at people before. And Jaunty's probably
I'm always angry.
That one time. Remember that one time where you yelled at that guy 5 years ago? Now you hate competitive players because of that?
Yeah, and actually, no, it was 8 years ago now, almost.
Damn.
Holy
We're getting old.
Holy shit, dude.
Jesus. Yeah, that was 8 years ago, and people still get mad at me for that one.
That's good. The boogeyman of the TF2 community, ladies and gentlemen.
Always going to be no personal growth. People can't change.
No, I think Zesty's stupid. I think Zesty's like actually a zygote. I don't think he's even like real. I think he's like a zygote attached to electrical impulses that control a computer, and it's all like an AI deepfake. I don't think he's real at all. It's pretty funny.
I'm not.
It's just all of his opinions are randomly generated. He just happens to be correct most of the time. Correct and contrary.
No, I'm always correct 100% of the time.
Except about
it's
fucking
just factually true.
Except about fucking MVM and its popularity.
No,
this is the craziest shit.
Buddy, who's better at
whatever.
The game?
You're like, let it go.
Whatever, keep going. We're not going to repeat this.
Never be the Magnus Carlsen of anything, except for maybe gooning.
Wait, what? Wait, no,
Hold
wait.
on, we got some gooning here. Hello.
No, he said
You gotta
Magnus
rewind
Carlsen.
like 2
I-
seconds. Possible. But at the end of the day, nobody really wants to compromise their own fun or enjoyment just to appeal to some potential new player who probably doesn't care anyway. But if your reason for hating competitive is that you got pub stomped by a Prem player once, then I'm sorry, you gotta grow up a little bit, man. There's always going to be somebody who's better at the game than you. You'll probably never be the Magnus Carlsen of anything.
Oh, I thought you said Tucker Carlson. That's why I got confused. I was like, what? How the fuck did you say?
Why would I care about some
That's what I was
political
saying.
commentator from the US?
That's what I was saying. I was like, what the fuck? How the fuck did you get there?
For maybe gooning, but even competitive players just want to shut off their brain sometimes and just go on a pub. The idea that they should only stick.
Have you seen that video of Magnus Carlsen resigning chess recently, where he slams the desk and then very calmly shakes the person's hand? It's such a great video. It's like the realest shit I've ever seen because he's like so desperately trying to be professional, but he's so angry at himself. He's just wanting to go like fuck, just yell at himself. It's really it's good.
To their own circles and play against people of their own skill is very difficult to justify when you realize the player count of the community you're talking about here. Even in skill-based matchmaking, you wouldn't be safe from this. Smurfing exists, and you can always end up just going against somebody who is just better than you on skill alone. That's just how PvP games work. But either way...
I'm of the opinion, Cerny, that, and I'm assuming you disagree with this. I'm pretty sure everyone else in the call disagrees with this, but I'm of the opinion that like esports are a fundamentally flawed concept, at least when you're not in person with your team.
I agree.
Like online.
Yeah,
like
ranked modes,
via skill-based matchmaking.
Yeah, like ranked modes in games are a fundamentally flawed concept because
they are, unfortunately, but I think they're also like a necessary evil because like you gotta feed the esports somehow. You gotta feed the player base, like the lower leagues and so on. Like you need to have an avenue for people to go from picking up the game to maybe potentially playing on a stage someday, right? You need to have some way for people to get up there, right? To climb that ladder in some way.
I don't think games need that.
Situation.
Well, the games.
I wish games went away from that. I don't like the fact that that's viewed as the end game for so many modern titles being pushed out right now. It's incredibly frustrating. We're like, oh, we have to have this pathway predetermined for everyone to eventually, or not. Oh, I can't talk. 0.001% of the player base is only ever going to make it to that stage, and then everyone else is being fed the delusion that they could potentially get there because they're all starting from the same square, like from the same point.
Yeah, it's like the Pokemon
League. It's ultimately going to result in most people being subject to a fucking terrible experience eventually. So it's like it sucks that so many games do that because they're trying to instill the stars in their eyes, like, oh, that could be me. I could be earning $2 million a year if I play Fortnite.
Well, yeah, it's like the Pokemon League. You know, most people are youngster Joey, but there is like a handful of people who are Ash Ketchum.
True.
Damn. Okay. No, wrong crowd, I suppose. I
don't know anything. I know nothing about Pokemon, so
that'll resonate with someone in the chat. Someone in the chat will appreciate that. I agree. My other thing with it, and I certainly be interested to hear your thoughts. I feel that, ironically, in order for ranked modes to be like in any way civil and functional, you have to take away a lot of what makes video game, like a lot of the human elements from video games. Like you have to take away a lot of the casual, community-based kind of like human interactions that would be typical in a game like TF2, where you're in a match with people and you're just kind of hanging out and you're not taking things too seriously. Whereas in real life sports, that human element is never lost. There will always be the opportunity to yell at the other player or to bump up against them physically and to like trash talk them or tell them they did a good shot, or like those human interactions will always be present no matter what. And I think that those human interactions are critical to what makes sports enjoyable for both the spectators and players. And until you get to the level that like you guys are at, where you're going to in-person events and you're actually talking to people, the ranked modes of games are just the game but worse. It's just the game with like with more restrictions, greater stakes, and less fun as a result. And that's stupid, I think.
I feel like the the ability to solo queue in games like League, Dota, Deadlock, whatever else, right?
Mm-hmm.
The ability to solo queue exists solely if you hate your life and you want to punish yourself.
Well, yeah.
I feel like there's absolutely nothing good that could ever come from somebody, like from solo queuing in a competitive game. You're just doing that because you want to suffer. And because of that exact reason. It's actually almost like, in like, you know, the flip side. TF2 even online kind of almost works competitively, because you should see the chat during some comp matches that I've spectated, man. Oh my god, there's the things people say, man. Like they teeter the line because, you know, the leagues are starting to like, at least crack down on it a bit as well. But people are unhinged in the chat. It's kind of
people get heated, man. Holy shit.
There's some good stuff happening sometimes. It's really funny. Like just now in the current ETFL season, one team had one of their players get like a 2 or 3 week ban because he. In one of the matches, if they were going up against a team that currently has a Demonite in Prem, funny coincidence, they absolutely rolled them, by the way, because Demonite doesn't work in Prem. But he said, like, I can't believe you guys exist without getting hit by a car every day, and he got a 2 week ban for that, which is really funny.
That's amazing. What the fuck?
I think he said some other choice words as well, but that was part of the reason that message specifically.
I get that it's like technically a death threat, but it's also hilarious. It's really, really funny. Like he definitely deserved it, but it's very funny. I can't believe you guys, because it's not like I want you to get hit by a car. It's like I'm surprised that you were still standing and not already hit by a car.
That's like I'm surprised. I'm surprised natural selection hasn't claimed you yet. That's what he's saying.
How did you even get? How did you get this far? How did you put clothes on today? Yeah,
that's quite something.
Yeah, but like esports will never. I used to go to futsal club at my college all the time, and there was this one time where a guy who, like, I think he struggles to express himself, like, verbally, so he got so mad at a dude. I don't even know what the dude did. I just remember the response. The dude did something, and he got so mad that he chased him around the soccer field, like in the middle of a game. And we were all very confused because we were like, is he doing a bit? Is this like a joke? But he was really angry. And but he didn't like fight or anything. He just ran after the guy, and the guy ran away. And then that was all that it needed. And it was such a wild altercation because he was yelling at him and shit. And that was when we realized it was like a real thing. And like moments like that, which are what make competition fun, are never gonna happen in a ranked esport or in like a ranked mode in a video game. It'll just never happen. And I'm not saying that's the only thing that can make those games fun, by the way. I'm sure people of course have fun playing ranked matches. I just think that you are missing something massive that makes sports enjoyable for both the spectator and the players. But yeah,
in person though, like at in-person LAN tournaments. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, no, that's completely
when it's
different.
Just normal sports again. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely just yeah. There was like the primary one of my favorite examples is there's a guy named OG Kid, and he was like 12 years old or something, 13 years old in 2022.
I remember this.
And he I think he plays Jigglypuff, and he rested someone, and then he took a selfie of himself and then posted it to Twitter mid-game, and like after he rested someone in fucking Melee, and it went viral because it's one of the funniest fucking things to do to your opponent. And the guy, if I remember the other guy got like really heated. He was like, I can't believe he did that to me. It was so disrespectful. It was so funny, and like that, yeah. Anyways, I like sports.
Scapegoating the competitive community for all ills that ever befell TF2, be that the matchmaking that we hated just as much, or weapon changes that we had zero impact on, and that didn't even change whether these weapons were being used in actual competitive matches.
Yeah, but that's Valve's fault.
Yeah, and I think that is the funniest part. That is the funniest part, is that all that shit just went unused anyway. Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Competitive never saw the actual support from Valve that it.
I'm sure you've seen this, Cerny, but did you see when Meet Your Match dropped, or it was around when Meet Your Match dropped because we covered the video on UFR, the Uncle Dane video where he had like the side-by-side comparison of someone using the base jumper before the nerf and someone using it afterwards, and it's like someone using it before the nerf, and it's like them being a god at the game, and then someone using it after nerf, and they're like obviously attempting to get hit. by the fucking the rockets, and it's like the funniest fucking. It's so stupid.
No. It's basically it's like how the average Joe uses it, and then how like a professional can use it, and it's like a very like.
Oh yeah, and then when the professional is using it, they're like aiming off. Like obviously, and they're like aiming in random fucking directions and shit.
Yeah, the test setting was not very, you know.
And they're not moving. Realistic. They're not trying their hardest to actually hit the guy. They're standing perfectly still, not getting closer, trying to close it. Oh my god. Yeah.
It wasn't organic. No.
It was like this is why the nerf was necessary. Okay.
It was way too controlled of a setting to realistically gauge how like OP it was.
Yeah, they were like, look at how good. But these guys are like the best rocket shooters in the world.
And then put one mini sentry there.
Can't hit. Yeah, or play scout.
Bye bye.
Just use hit scan. Just use hit scan.
Just literally use hit scan. It's not that hard.
Would have needed to grow into something more than just this niche little thing.
Or sniper. I guess that's hit skin.
Thing that a couple hundred people meet up for a couple of times a year and share some drinks over. And it's also
so a couple of hundred people a couple of times a year, and you think it is more popular than MVM, huh?
Yes.
Okay, just make it. I'm just making.
Do you have like fucking MVM meetups? No, do you have like
you don't meet up for MVM. That's why more people play it. The fuck are you talking about?
You're sleeping on the MVM
competitive formats are still more popular than
the
machine. Yes.
No, you're. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh
my
goat is washed.
I wish I had stats on this.
My goat is washed. My goat is washed.
I refuse to accept that MVM is somehow more popular.
You know the moment in Up when they mail the guy the fucking the retirement home pamphlet at the beginning of the movie? That's what I'm gonna do to you. I'm gonna claim eminent domain on your house and send you to a retirement home.
Unreasonable. I really don't see how this is an unreasonable take.
This is one of the why I cannot believe you think.
Is this the one?
It's one thing to say, oh yeah, MVM's not as popular as you think it is. Whatever. That's the one thing. It's not less popular than the fucking comp mode. There's no fucking way.
No,
not competitive mode. Not competitive mode. I mean comp formats. I'm not a competitive TF2. There's no way it is less popular. It's ridiculous. It's an insane claim.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Your people in your chat who agree with everything you say don't agree with you. This is insane.
I don't think that's
unreasonable. You need to self-reflect. This is not true. This is not true. I need you to just think about it. This is just wrong. There's no way.
I wish I had data to be proved in one way or the other, but I don't. I just don't think that's true. I think competitive formats are more popular.
Not like
no.
It's the only subset of the community that's ever suffered from a bit of neglect now, is it?
But let's shift gears, because this is something where it gets pretty...
that's the section over.
Yep, that's the video, because we've...
I think after this, honestly, also after this, I don't think people that actually stuck out this long to the video stopped disagreeing. They were like, yeah, these parts are mostly agreeable.
Everything you said in this section is just objectively true. Like, yeah.
It's like, yeah, the fixed TF2 thing was good, and then we should do that again, and like forever. We should just never stop complaining. And like, yeah. So anyways, that was a video. That was cool. I like videos.
Indeed.
I like
I like videos.
I like frames put in order. Why did I didn't want to close the watch together. I didn't mean to close the watch together. I'm sorry.
I like white man video essay.
What the fuck? Oh. Sorry.
You good there, Lucid?
Yeah, I'm fine. I have a globus in my throat.
The dislike bomb on this video comes from how Cerny poses his thoughts and arguments, and how especially the prop hunt ones could be very easily taken as him supporting its addition into casual mode.
Do you think Cerny, are you like going to make content consistently again?
On the main channel, I mean, every once in a while, yeah. There's definitely like the second channel that I wanted to restart as well. Just all kinds of stuff.
Do
the video about matchmaking?
And that's gotten on the list now. You know what? You were cooking when you're like, you know what? Actually, maybe I do have some stuff to talk about with that.
Yeah, I think you should. And I'm not trying to ask this in a judgmental way, but like, given the feedback people have had for this video, what do you do? Are you going to change anything about your process in the future?
Yeah, I'll probably try not to take 18 months for it again. I think that's a good idea. I think that was
Make
also
sure your camera's
the
in
main
focus too.
That's a big one, yeah. That's probably the main reason like that it turned out the way it did. Is just that it took forever to get it done. If I had it more concise, more focused from the get go, and just got it done, that would have been a good idea.
Yeah,
that's really all there is to it.
Yeah, I think like how did you like, because you didn't script the video, but like what did you do did you do anything in lieu of a script?
I mean, I had like notes, yeah.
Okay. I was curious because I
key points.
I could tell you were like, I want to say I want to talk about this, I want to talk about this, and then like at the middle, the nitty gritty was kind of like you kind of like freeformed it. I was just curious, like how do you think that contributed at all to like why things were the way they were? I'm not trying to like say that it did or didn't. It's a genuine question.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it, I guess, how that would work. Because, like, the notes ended up being refined into, like, like, this stroke could go here, and, like, this is the sentence, how it should look, what I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
But the freeforming was not all that much. Like, when I did the captioning for the video, because I actually went through, like, I didn't copy-paste my script, because obviously I went off script for some stuff, but I did just go through the auto-generated captions and fix the issues there. Still left some typos in, and I realized that later, but whatever. So, like, I didn't go, like, straight to the point there. Also, I see Slime asking in chat, what did I do before? You ever watched a video where some guy goes around playing times 1000, or like times 10, and then, like, the game modes keep getting crazier? There's a good chance you've seen that one. That's probably the one you might recognize the voice from.
Yeah, I've seen that video.
It went up in 2017. It got way too many views for what it is. Or like a video about a wacky map, maybe around that time. Yeah, there's a good chance you might have seen.
I hope you were monetized when that video happened.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, good. That's good. I sometimes think about that, like when a channel like makes their first video and then they fucking blows up or whatever. I'm like, man, that must feel really bad, because like you don't have any money from that. Yeah, I
got residuals from that over time.
That's good. That's good. I think that, yeah, I think it was mostly the main issues I had with the video were just like issues with like the ways things were worded.
Yeah.
And
it's bound to happen.
Well, yeah, of course. And also just like I don't know how to put this, but like a lack of editing in the verbal sense. Like I think there were parts of the video where you repeat yourself or things were like cut off.
Yeah.
Or things like you go on to tangents that aren't really relevant to the video. And
like we don't.
Yeah, well, that is what we do here. But yeah, I think that's the main thing. Honestly, like the Prop Hunt 6 section is probably the most like egregious part, because yeah, people really don't want to have Prop Hunt in the base game. It's like a thing. People, I think, have PTSD from things like zombie infection and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's a good chance for that.
Also, I feel like less people engage with those like fringe game modes that the communities make than they did when you were playing the game. Like, I feel like no one, well, mostly because the community servers are fucking dead, but like also just like people aren't, I think, interested in them as much. Like people, especially like new TF2 players who are coming from other games, they're like, oh, I want to play the game of Team Fortress 2, because in most other like things, those like esoteric other game modes aren't things that people are going to those games to play. They just kind of are there.
Yeah. There was one more point that I like had in my mind. I feel like I mean, I also talk about this like in passing in the video. It's also with how long the game's been around now, and how long most of the people that still play it have played it, and how long they, like how much passion they have for the game. I feel like a lot of people can get really hard stuck in their ways about thinking about the game, especially I think if they started playing after matchmaking became a thing, because they never really got to experience everything that TF2 has to offer, or like a lot of what the game could potentially offer you.
Yes.
And they just kind of get like locked in on like, oh, I can play the game this way, and like that's all I could ever want, instead of like at least having like the openness to at least see what could exist. And because of like, we're on the internet, yada yada yada, people get really passionate and they get really involved and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well,
it's like this is why the main point of that I drive home at the end of the video is like having different opinions about the game is completely fine. Nobody can agree on how you play TF2 because there's so many different ways you can technically experience it. But knocking yourself off completely and not being willing to engage with other people if they have maybe a slightly differing opinion and like feel like it's a personal attack on how you experience the game. It's a bit strange, right? Because I see that a lot. I mean, the comments in the video are part of that as well, part of go with that, right? I feel like people feel almost personally attacked when I say maybe like Prop1 has a right to at least exist in TF2. It shouldn't be official, but you know, like it's not like its existence is offensive to your existence. You know,
I think people took issue with that one because that's not an argument that anyone was making. Like no one was arguing for a lack of prop hunt. Like no one was arguing that it shouldn't exist. Everyone's arguing against it being added into the official game.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with that, obviously.
Yeah, but I had a thought and I lost it. Fuck. Shit. God damn it.
It was about solar light, wasn't it?
No. Do you want it to be?
No. Not unless it's like a sexual thought.
No, not my type.
Oh, you're not into like enemies to lovers kind of thing? Okay.
That's not my MO.
I think the fact that he glitched out is a sign that he didn't mean what he said.
I moved my microphone. I'm sorry.
Right.
Sure.
Well, that was UFR 51. The inaugural. What the fuck is that? How do you say
inaugural?
Inaugural.
In the
You're doing great, buddy.
Inaugural. The inaugural sequel to the 12 Hours of Bad Water episode. I don't know if you saw that, Cerny, but we did a stream last week where we streamed for 12 and a half hours.
Yeah, I did check the VODs and I saw like you guys really did that, huh?
Yeah, we really did. He talks about how Badwater is like the socioeconomic state of America at one point. He's talks about how like
12 hours somehow.
He talks about like how the two teams are like the two parties engaging in like a push pull of the cart, which is like the system, and he goes into a whole like thing, and it's like a lot. The last sentence that he ends the thing on is like one of my favorite things about it, because he's like maybe the value in talking about the bad water for 12 hours is the fact that I'm human and I can do it, or something like that. And that was like really cool, because like even if he made it and he was like, this is bullshit, I'm like, I choose to take meaning out of that. It's a good video. I think it is a good video. So people were asking if it was slop, and I was like, I think it's wild. It's kind of weird to call it slop because it's not low effort. Because he did like talk for 12 hours straight without, and I don't think he did it. I think he did it all in one take, from what I understand, and that's crazy. That was a crazy thing. I do recommend that. Do recommend that video.
Someone just says Reddit video. Oh my god!
It is not a Reddit. It is the opposite. Reddit likes 10, 12-minute long information dumps with a nice little bow at the end. That's what Reddit likes. Reddit likes videos about the Dragon's Fury.
They probably want like another weapon review of like the soda popper or something.
No, the Righteous Bison for another 12 years.
For the 15th time.
What does the soda popper's soda taste like? Don't say grape. It's not grape.
Blackcurrant.
Ooh,
blackcurrant.
Elderberry.
Elderberry.
I can see that.
Is there? Elderberry soda sounds yummy.
Apple and blackcurrant. How about that?
That also sounds yummy.
How would that taste?
I wish apples got
apple and blackcurrant juice is already pretty good.
I wish apples got mixed into more savory foods.
Well, be the change you want to see.
I had an apple on a burger once. It was really yummy. It was like the second best burger I've
apple
ever had.
on a burger. Interesting.
It was like a
burger?
grilled apple slice, and it was so fucking yummy.
Grilled apple.
It was really good. It was like really juicy, and it was warm, and it was, oh my gosh, bro, I'm literally salivating.
So here's a question, because like you're American. Is the burger considered like a holy thing over there? Like, is it like a deity in America?
Yeah.
It's it is unarguably the most popular staple, but it's not wholly in that. Everyone has their vision of what the perfect burger is, and no matter where you get, like even from city to city, it's different.
It is the American.
It's a quintessential American delight. Yes,
it is the American. There's not a food one.
You like, you guys know about Scrandle?
Wait.
You know about like that website with like the stadium food?
Oh yes, they have a Twitter account. It's so fucking great, dude. I fucking love the shit they post.
People lose their minds on there when a burger doesn't look like a 10 out of 10. Like, I feel like they get offended if it's not like the best burger you've ever seen and it looks like it will give you a heart attack. If it looks even remotely poorly lit or maybe not entirely cooked to perfection, they get offended. Like their deity has been sanctimoniously just, blasphemed somehow. I feel like that happens sometimes.
I think people get offended because it's really not that hard to fuck up a burger. Like and if you fuck it up, then that's entirely your fault. Like it's so easy to make a good one, and if you make a shitty one, then like people will make fun of you. So I think that's why people get like really offended.
You'd be surprised. Some burger places over here are not it.
Dude, of course not. You're in fucking Japan. Of course,
yeah, but you're saying it's hard to fuck up a burger. Saying it's hard to fuck up a burger. I'm like, you have not seen what I've seen.
The opposite.
I mean, like, I know because like Japanese tastes are very different, and so when they imbue that into their burgers, they create eldritch abominations.
I mean, like it's not bad. It's just very like different. It's like, Alan, how do you describe like the Japanese burger versus an American burger?
I wouldn't. How would you describe it?
It's like they spice the beef weird, and they don't. It's not like the right kind of beef or something.
Can you give me an example? Where?
Like 10 fingers.
That's just a shitty burger, dude.
That's
not a
like the
Japanese
standard.
burger.
That's what most Japanese burgers taste like to me.
I disagree.
Oh, okay. Well, it might just be 10 fingers then. Don't go to 10 fingers. We're not taking you to 10 fingers when you come here, Zesty.
Yeah, when I come there, you gotta take me to. You said there was a pizza place you wanted me to try, and then also a burger place you wanted. We have to do a burger place now.
For the record, we can also go to like a Japanese food place instead of.
I mean, I'm gonna be there for 2 weeks, so we can do whatever.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I have.
When are you going?
Japan.
Yeah, when?
Oh,
I'm gonna be there late October to early November.
Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time.
I was there earlier this year. I got to meet with Alan and Lucid. It was pretty cool. He had a good time.
Yeah,
it's true.
We went to Harajuku. It was good. Good shit.
We also had some went to like a bread place. It was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The only other time I went to Japan was for work, and I was in Yokohama, and I was only on shore for like 3 days, and then the rest of my time was spent offshore on a boat. So, voice crack.
Seasick?
Yeah, I get violently seasick, but only if the. So the craft I was on, I mean, it was a 270-meter boat, so like the waves were not making that thing move enough to make me seasick. But when I was in New Zealand a couple of years ago on a 110-meter boat, 3 to 4 meter waves. Oh my god, I had never been that seasick before in my life. Utter fucking misery. Oh my god, I got used to it after the first couple of days, but holy shit, that was bad. I don't think I ever felt worse in my life than when I got seasick on that boat. My god, I have a video of how high the waves were moving. Like just to describe it, this was a scientific research vessel, and on the lower level, like where the back deck is, because this is a boat where they launch underwater ROVs off the back with a crane, and so the science lab is on that same level, and the door leads directly out to the back onto the back deck. And if you're looking out that porthole and you're sitting at a table, you see the entire doorway get filled with sky, and then the entire doorway get filled with water. That's how tall the waves are and how much the boat was rocking up and down. Oh my god, it was horrible.
Sounds fun.
Oh Jesus! I never want to experience that without proper. I was not properly prepared. Like, oh yeah, I'll be fine with some light doses of meclizine. I'll be fine. Nope, that did not cut it. I need like the legal version of what's literally the date rape drug that comes in patch form that you put on your neck and that prevents seasickness. I'm not kidding. That's what it is.
That's crazy.
Really something.
I want to take the ferry from what is it? From like somewhere in Kyushu, I think, to Okinawa. That's on my bucket list. I need to do that.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, because it's like you normally have to fly there, but there's like a ferry that goes every day, just from like that place to the other place, and I want to do that just to say that I've done it, and also because it sounds really fun.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
If it's a big boat, I would do it. If it's a small one, I would rather fly. Even though I hate flying.
Zesty, Cerny, are you guys musical fans at all? Like, you guys like show musicals at all?
Not really.
No.
Okay, well, never mind then. It's fine.
You can ask me. I like musicals.
Yeah, but I don't think you'll like the musical I was gonna recommend.
Try me.
I'll send it to you here. Don't like out it on the UFR though.
Fine.
Because I don't we don't have to like talk about it because it's like not a thing. In fact, we could just end the UFR. I like you guys know that.
Yeah, we can.
We could just like I could just like stop the live at any time.
Like in the middle of it, it's funny as hell. Mid sentence, do a mid sentence. Like while you're just talking about something.
Well,
like chicken jockey.
One time we ended it like in the middle of like I can't remember when this was, but we ended it like in the middle where someone was like, "I'm gonna tell a story," and I just stopped the stream. It was like, or something like that. I forget when this was. Someone will know. Fucking Alan.
I think I've heard of this one.
Alan.
What are you thinking about?
Yeah.
What do you think?
All right.